Hello, gamers. It's time. It's time for Chat Builds My Fleet. But first, we're going to read a blog post, the latest blog post that just came out 4 days ago. That being said, let's see. I don't even try to pronounce that name. Rhetorize would love a fleet of Fury. Not furries, Furies, definitely. Not a Freudian slip on your part, for sure. That's actually the first time I've said someone say the Fury looks nice. Most people complain that it looks ugly. And look, I like the Fury. It's a fun ship. I don't know if I'd call it pretty. Let's go midweek stream. Well, I guess if Friday's the middle of the week, then I'm sure you'd mean during the week, not literally the middle. It's like, actually, it's not the middle of the week unless it's literally Wednesday at 12. If it's not, then it's not the middle of the week, and you're cringe and wrong. Excuse me. Because it does look ugly, though. Yeah, that's what most people would say. I like the Fury, but it's no classic like the Falcon and Eagle. Yeah, those definitely have some pretty iconic designs. There's something about that sort of like two-prong shape that they like the Falcon and the Millennium Falcon. Maybe they're related. Oh boy, time for cursed fleets. You better believe it. YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth. Okay, why am I still getting this? I click to let it automatically adjust the bitrate one time, and apparently it's just causing. I turned that off, but apparently it's still an issue. Okay, where is it? Yeah, let's increase that a little bit. Back to where it was before. Okay. I think that should do it. All of you are wrong, and I forgive you all. Well, look who's Mr. Big-hearted and open-minded over here. I am once again asking for money fish. That's yeah. I know. It's coming. It's coming. First, let's talk about this blog post, because one thing people like to complain about, these officers, they're pretty inflexible. They're kind of annoying to deal with. You know what'd be nice is if you could just swap them out really easily. And it looks like Alex has heard all those complaints and approached it with a solution here. So let's see what he's got. Officers are a major way of powering up your fleet, but right now they're more than a bit inflexible, which can limit your ability to adapt to the ships you find as you progress through the game. It also limits how easily you can change your fleet composition when you're at the stage of the end game where you just want to try some new ship builds and need different officers to complement them. That's exactly right. This is one of the problems you can run into where you've got your run, you've been playing for a while, and you decide, you know what, I'd like to change things up a little bit. I'd like to try some new ships. I've got a lot of money. I can build whatever I want. But all of your officers might be spec'd into like high-tech ships, and now you're trying to build a low-tech ship. And so what do? You've got to fire your officers and train a new guy from scratch? Well, that sounds like a pain. And then you decide just not to do it, and you decide to stick with the fleet you've already got. That is one of the problems. Right? Or if you like find a ship, like you find like a Legion 14 or something, but you don't have the officer for that. Didn't notice there was a new blog post. Yeah. It could be a bit hard. Some of this is intentional. Limitations are part of what makes a game, and working with what you have rather than always being able to obtain the ideal version of something is a lot of fun. But that's not to say that officers couldn't be easier to work with. To start with, more officers will be found for hire at markets. Thank you, especially military ones. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, that's been some of the problem for a little bit. It's just like you go around and it's like none of the planets have any officers. There's just nobody. Like apparently, you can hire 1 million crew, but nobody wants to be in charge of the ship. I don't know what's up with that. Everyone would rather do the grunt work in this sector. For the mid to late game, once the player has it a colony, building a patrol HQ there will add a personnel officer to the comm directory. Talking to them will give you the option to look for officers with a specific personality and some specific skills, which will then be added to the comm directory to be hired or not, as usual. Okay, so you can, like, you build a patrol HQ, you talk to your guy, and that spawns in officers. With, you get to choose what skills they start with. Yeah, upgrading to a military base and high command increases the number and level of these officers. With a high command, you can select up to 3 skills, and up to 5 officers. Well, that just makes life so much easier, doesn't it? I mean, that makes life so much easier. You get a high command, you can get level 3 officers right off the bat. That skips like half the leveling process. I'm here for the 500 kites. Oh, we'll get to that. I don't know if I'll do 500, but I might be able to do like 20, and then... As a matter of fact, you guys could start typing like suggested combinations in the chat. Try to do like a combination of 2 ships and not just 1 ship. Yeah, like do a pairing, like, you know, Invictus plus Kite Spam or something. Because I don't want to do just like 1 ship per fleet. Put gazers on them. Ah, yes. It's time for some kinetic soft flux damage on all of my kites. When I could put like a Tropos or something. Brilliant. I mean, the nice thing about gazers is they have a decent amount of ammo, but kites are going to explode instantly, so I don't think ammo is a real issue there. But yeah, this is a nice update. You can also it looks like you can also like deactivate them, essentially putting them in storage. But you're only allowed to do it when you're at a colony, so you can't just like activate and deactivate before combat. Another nice thing is you're going to be able to spend money to change the S mods on ships at Heavy Industry. That's pretty cool. If you have like $1 billion and it's late in the game and you're like, okay, I have this S mod, but I'd rather it was something else, you can change it using credits. You can't remove S mods, but you can like swap it to something else. So all of that is really cool. Okay, hold on. Let's see, I'm going to close that. And we're going to switch over to Star Sector. Which one? Let's see. Chat built fleet. I think we do that. I think that's the one. Fleet anchor has to be a shunt Paragon. I mean, we've done that before. Oh, right. This is the one where I was. So I'm thinking today we're gonna do demons. Save and exit? Oh, save as. I was like wondering where the save as. Okay. This is going to be... demons. Because we got to get the hell out of here. Although I think we could just fight demons in... here's the problem when it comes to fighting demons. If I fight them in the simulator, I don't think they have the abyssal debuff to missiles and like engine speed. I don't think that applies. Oh, you know what? I don't really need to do any of that, do I? Because I can go storage. Yeah. Yeah, that's our... there it is. YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. Okay, well, what is... why? I don't know what's going on with that. Does it look smooth to you guys? Is the stream cutting off for everyone, or is my internet being weird? Okay, yeah, so there are some issues. What is up with that? Because I thought we solved a lot of these problems. Hold on, let me double check. Okay. Is that what I changed? Let me just check this. Enable network optimizations. Is that what I clicked that's causing this to be issues? Because if so, that would be a weird thing to have problems with. I can't change that once the stream is started, but I can pause for a second to see it. Give me a minute here. Alright, I think we're back. Well, if it has problems, let me know. Anubis with 3 plasma cannons, trust me. Alright, let's see, okay. Demon ships. Doing demons, and we've got to bring out the phase ships. So we can get zapped by inimical emanation. HVD Grav Beam Eagles. It's time for 500 mad skipper. Well, hamsterling. We'll have to see about that. Mass broadsword and Sabomoras. Yeah, all the kinetic damage. How about Shrouded Atlas Mark II? Vote for Apogee. Okay. Well, let's start, I'm going to start writing these out in the polls. Okay, so the first one is going to be... Shrouded Sunderheads. Okay. So I think one fleet will be Shrouded... Shrouded? Yes, Shrouded. That's a word. Shroundiferous Pontification. Now, Shrouded Sunders and Apogees. Going for that high tech with the large energy mounts. Okay, that's going to be one. Anubis with triple plasma. I guess I gotta throw that. Triple plasma Anubis, and I guess that'll go with like phase ships. But which phase ship? Hold on. Someone said phase ships, but like, we gotta be specific. Shilchun Esso Anubis. Okay, but like which phase ships? Not the Afflictor. You know what? Maybe the Doom. Shade. That's a good one, yeah. And we'll add a third option. Okay. Well, someone did say Furies earlier. I'll give him that. Furies plus Moras. I think that's good. Okay. In the meantime, I can start ditching all these guys. So long, losers. We don't need you anymore. The Lion of Sindria sends his regards. What manifestation are we fighting? Well, we're going to fight the biggest one, right? And unfortunately, I think, so with like the Doritos, now we can use the simulator to just spawn in a couple of them, which is great. But when it comes to like the demons, I do think we actually have to go find them for that abyssal debuff. Can't wait to see funny variations of Oops, All X we get to see today. Yeah. I mean, I'm gonna try and keep, like, at least 2 ships per fleet. At least 2. So that it's not... Right? Because you could still get some pretty funny stuff, like the... If you remember the first time, I think we had, like, double Invictus and a bunch of Moras. That was pretty good. Inimical emanations will be overwhelmed by the sheer aura of 3 plasma cannons on a cruiser. Yeah, I mean, the Anubis, that's right. The Anubis is the only ship that can mount 3 plasma, or the only cruiser that can mount 3 plasma cannons. Which means that it's, that, like, obviously it's going to be powerful. First ever video of a Greater Maw retreating after triple plasma cannon. Yes. We're going to it's the first ever video where the AI is going to be scared enough into retreating before the battle's even over. Oh, you know, I wonder if that would influence it. So are we still having, like, latency issues? It might be... No, because I don't think that... No, I don't think it would be that. I'll give you guys a couple more minutes to vote, although it does look like Shield Shunt Anubis is in the lead. Are we good? Alright. Long live the Chadwagon, the first video I... Really? That's the one that you found first? Out of all of them. That's kind of funny. The safety override Mora that I turned into a short, because I didn't know what else to do with it. That's funny. Escort Package, demodded Prometheus plus Enforcer Fleet. Oh, I do like that one. Yeah. Yeah, okay, let me open up my notepad and add that down. You know, I should just have a notepad open for these in the first place. It's a good idea. So we're talking Prometheus plus Enforcer Escort. Okay, yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, you can type Sunder Gang if you want, but, like, Sunder Gang is losing right now. I'm still having cutting off problem. If I watch 5-second delay, it's fine. Okay, yeah. So I think I know what the problem there is. Give me 1 second. You know what? Never mind. Apparently I can't change that even if I stop streaming. I would actually have to end the broadcast. That's kind of weird. Thanks, YouTube. Very cool. I think the problem there is I changed it to, like, higher latency, slightly higher latency to, like, fix these kinds of issues. And then for the settings on this stream, I reused the settings from one of my earlier chat builds my fleet. And I forgot that was going to reuse the older latency setting. And then that was causing issues. I totally forgot about that. Huh. Well, yeah, I guess you're going to have, just, you know, give yourself a little bit of latency. Watch 5 seconds behind and it has the same effect, right? Yeah. Yeah, that's my bad, but it's also kind of weird that, like, so if I stop OBS and I stop streaming, I can change other settings, but YouTube doesn't let me change the latency setting on its end. That's kind of weird. Well, it is what it is. All right, we're going to close the poll. It's enough about all of that technological problems that we're having. It looks like Shield Shunt Anubis is the winner. And we're going to support them with shades. Okay. How's that going to work? Well, 1 plus 1 is 26, right? 26 times 130. That doesn't quite get us all the way there. We're going to have to add in a couple capital ships, I think. Do, what, 5? 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Yeah, because that gets us up to 130. So we'll probably throw in some stuff. Just a little bit of extra stuff. A Brawling Paragon? Yeah, something like that. Heck, why not have a Shield Shunt Paragon? Join in the club. I've got less than a 5 seconds delay, which seems to be good to me. I'm also on a puny baby laptop. Interesting. Executor. Yeah, but, yeah, I hear you. Like, the Executor is a good ship. And I think we used it last time. But, have you considered a Shield Shunt Paragon would be funny? Paragon is allowed for... Yeah, we'd probably have to do a little bit of both, honestly. One Paragon and add ship Executor. Something like that. Because that gets us up to exactly 240. Oh, you know, I can't restore this, but I don't think we need to. To be honest, I think special modifications are... Oh, wait, you can. Wait. So if I'm in the storage thing, I can remove D-mods, but I can't change the logistical mods because I'm not on an actual dock. So I can't add efficiency overhaul, but I can remove D-mods. That's very interesting. I don't know about you, but that don't make no sense. Shield Shunt Paragon, but give it Shrouded Healing stuff. Yeah, I do think we want to add in some of the Hungering Rifts. Probably, you know what? Maybe add it to the Executor. Although that's going to overload its flux by way too much. So we'll probably just put the Hungering Rifts on the pair. Or maybe I put them on... You know, they can honestly go anywhere. Oh, I've got a really stupid idea. Shortest range Paragon possible. Safety Override Paragon. We're going in. Alright, first of all, we got to repair all these. What's our level? Okay, yeah, we do have all the skills we need. Excellent. I'd rather my player character was not in the way. Perfect. Okay. So we're talking... This is what we were talking about. This is what we're looking at. So, I don't know about you, but I think it's pretty obvious that this is not going to end well. But we're going to do it anyways. Ow, oof, ouch, ooh, owie, my flux, yeah. That's where we're going with this. Man, that's not a good look. Oh no. I wonder, is this even going to be able to shoot? How much is this going to be able to shoot? What do you guys think? So it can fire one of them, yep. Oh, wow. Look at that flux. Yeah. Oh, yeah. This is going to be... Maybe... Okay, we'll walk it back a little bit. I think we can do 2 plasma cannons. We're not going to entirely undo it. We're just going to walk it back a little bit. 1 burst. I was close. Yeah, yeah. Put a Reckless Officer in it? Oh, yeah, absolutely. That's where we're going. Triple Giga Cannons. So I think we might be able to do 2 plasmas. Yeah, especially if we get in, like, Elite Energy Weapon Mastery. That'll be doable. Now, here's the thing. I think I made a mistake. I don't think I want to shield shunt here. Like, I am going to shield shunt it, you know, but I don't think I want to S-mod it, because that extra 15% is worth, like, nothing. So yeah, let's replace that Anubis. I think there's other S-mods are more valuable. And we're gonna need all the value we can get with this monstrosity. Oh boy. You people are sociopaths. I mean, you're sending these poor guys in to fight demons in one of these things. What's wrong with you people? Oh, the humanity. Yeah, like, we'll probably get more value out of one of these. Yeah, like, we're most of the way there. 2 plasma cannons, 2 assault chain guns. There's just not enough flux for that. What about fighters? I mean, flash bomber spam is pretty fashionable, eh? Lol, said the Scorpion. Lamau. Yeah, I know that one. That's a sacrifice. Yeah. Some of you may die, but that is a sacrifice I am willing to make. Maybe just some wasps. Taladin converted hanger or sparks. I don't think we can do converted hanger if we're going to do both of these things. I guess I could trade the Paragon for another Executor, and then I could, but I could also not do that. Yeah, we probably want some kinetics, right? Probably throw in some broadswords. This guy. Helmsmanship. Target analysis. I would say field modulation, but we don't have shields anymore. Can mining blasters go in large slots? Large hybrid slots. They used to be able to go into large energy slots, but they fixed that in like a couple patches ago. Right, when you're downsizing, it has to be the exact same type. Imagine being flux neutral. You would never find me in a flux neutral ship, not gonna lie. Nice. I'm too Giga Chad to flux neutral my way through this. HMGs are boring. I mean, they've kind of, at least on the Anubis, they've kind of become a bit of a default option, so I can see what you're saying. But it does have safety overrides, and it's already struggling with flux, so you can kind of see why everyone picks it for that. It's perfectly understandable. Especially when we got plasma cannons for like the armor and all that. Put thumpers on. I mean, it's shield. Look, we're going shield shunt, okay? I think it's. Wait, can we even afford shield shunt? Oh my God. Maybe we do have to Asmod it. There's no ordnance points. There's no okay, you know what? Maybe, actually, you might be onto something. We will go with thumpers because we actually just need more ordnance points. We don't have any. We have none. The ordnance points are all gone. You know, the engineer walked out of the hangar with a suspiciously ordnance point shaped like bulge in his stomach. I think he ate them. He ate all the ordnance points and walked out. We out here thumping. Oh, we sure is. Ooh, can't afford that. That's a shame. Okay. I think this is what we're doing. This is so bad. This is terrible. Triple Rift Torpedo is indeed a move. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna put a Rift Torpedo on one of them. All right. I have always wanted to do this. I've never had the opportunity. But I'm going to put a Rift Torpedo. I'm going to do one of them. It's going to be the Rift Torpedo one. Okay, it's going to do this. The other ones can be the safety override build, but this one's for me. And are sparks even going to do anything? I think they're just going to stick to broadswords, right? Because the flux generated by a Rift Torpedo, it's not an energy weapon, it's a missile weapon, so it skips design compromises. Nice. I never got to do this in the last playthrough. And this one, I think, is going to keep the shields. You know, let's be reasonable about this. No, not defensive targeting or ECCM. Does it need the S mod? I guess so. Does it need anything else? I guess stabilized shields? It's alright. It's not bad. Throw in one of those? Nah, it's fine. Yeah, there we go. That's gonna be a ship. I feel like they need a fighter that is just a drone that intercepts missiles. Isn't there like a few of those? This is so peak. No, you're so peak. TV Dupe Man 27. It's going to be huge. It is. It's going to be massive. And I've got to say, it's going to be bigger than that. It's going to be more than humongous. It's going to be large. Yeah, look at this flux. This is a monstrosity. Lord forgive me. What have I done? Do you use the updated officer management mod that allows you to add more skills when leveling an officer? Oh, I didn't know that they updated it like that. That sounds pretty useful. But no, I don't have that. Yeah, the demons hate us because they ain't us. So yeah, I think it's going to be something like this. It's just a question of what the last couple of S mods are going to be. Expanded magazines? Probably not. We're already maxed out on flux. Don't need to spend any more. Unstable injector is okay. Hardened subsystems, probably. You know what? Hardened subsystems and auxiliary thrust. Yeah, okay. Hardened you know, I mean, in theory that makes sense, but at the same time, it's like they're gonna die in 2 seconds anyways. So instead of hardened subsystems, I think we want bulkheads to get a little more hull out of these things, and we want auxiliary thrusters because the S-mod bonus is permanently active. So that extra maneuverability is going to be nice. It's customizable in Lunalib. Oh, interesting. Yeah. I'll have to have a look at that. That sounds really useful. Although, when the next patch comes out, whenever that is, apparently they are making officer management more efficient, which is nice. I was unclear. Intercepts and body blocks. So James, you're talking about like mining. You're talking about the mining drones specifically. Like we don't need to shoot them down. Just send drones that like ram into them. Simple as. Yeah, exactly. With this setup, we're not going to last very long. So hardened subsystems, don't even worry about it. Oh, I did not know they do that. Well, that's kind of like the main thing. Well, they don't like do it on purpose, but they do like sit in front of your ship, and so they end up body blocking things by accident. Because their mining lasers don't do enough damage to actually shoot down any missiles. I'm not convinced that chat is responsible for this whatsoever, but I also just got here. This is, look, I am just the vessel of chat's will, okay? This is not my fault. I take no responsibility for this monstrosity. So anyways, I'm going to build more of them. Oh, yeah. Yeah. This looks great. Oh, it's beautiful. It's a work of art. It's like a real, it's like a Mona Lisa, like one of them, Da Vinci type pieces, you know? This is where, man. Yeah, I was really inspired. It's just really inspirational, honestly. People are going to be so awestruck when this Anubis takes out the entire manifestation. If that happens, I don't know, we're going to have to start thinking about a lot of things. We're going to be rethinking a lot. But hey, you know, it could happen, I guess. Yeah, so I think I want... Oh, no, wait. No, I don't want that. I want... Right, okay. So it's close, but not quite. Because I do want the missile skill. I forgot that. At least for the first one. I will be jawstruck if the whole fleet survives. Hamsterling, it's just not gonna, that's not gonna happen. It is, look, even if this fleet wins, there's no way it's a flawless victory. I would stake money on that. Let's be real here. Okay, yeah, so I think I want to skip field modulation and go for both of these. Yeah, there we go. That's what I want. Yeah. That's the juice. We got the squeeze. Oh yeah, there it is. Now this is a real ship. This guy might carry. Alright, this guy might carry. Right, because he's got systems expertise, he's got missile specialization with all of the Omega weapons, the missiles. Now all it's got to do is fire that rift torpedo. Yeah, there it is. Like, look at that. It's perfect. This is like a real ship. Oops, all Omega. Yeah. Well, I mean, if I wanted to go all in Omega, I'd use like rift beams instead of paladins. Which would not be great, but I mean, it would fit the theme, I guess. Paladin is so underrated for offense. Yeah, it's, well, I mean, it's really efficient, right? They buff the hell out of its efficiency. And it turns out, fighters and missiles are pretty tough. So in order to be good at shooting them down, you actually need, like, good damage. But then if you turn that damage on an enemy ship, suddenly your point defense weapon's just a weapon. People have too much cynicism and too little faith these days. How can you not weep and cry at the gloriousness of it? Indeed. This is well put. Okay. Hello, Starfarers. Hello, Podsky. Good to see ya. Yeah, so we've got all of these. I just need to copy and paste this off, sir. By copy and paste, I mean do it the only way that I currently know how, but, wow, is that really it? Speaking of, this guy, what are the last two skills? I think I want combat endurance. I think what I want to do is I want to go with combat endurance so that they can repair, which then gets sped up by temporal shell. There's a bit of a synergy there. Wait, do the Paladin buffs mean my escort package Paladin Center is finally within our grasp? Yeah. Yeah, you should try that. Yeah, I see how it goes. Weapons are indeed weapons, you're right, good sir. I know, only the tightest of observations appear. That's why my channel name has it's like a brain in it. It's smart. We're doing the cutting edge of technology here. Okay, so we want that. Then, yeah, okay, so I think the last two are going to be energy weapons and combat endurance to try and round that out. Yeah, that makes sense. And I don't know if we'll go full reckless. I mean, they are shield shunted, so it might be a good idea. Oh, you know what? They don't have any repair, do they? These things are going to get flamed out. You know, it's fine. Temporal Shell will cover it. It's fine. SO might not be the best play. IMO heavy armor might be better. But the problem with that is I don't think we can run 2 plasma cannons without it. This is way too much flux. Although, I don't think this is... Alright, hold on. Let's workshop this a little bit. Let's workshop this a little bit before we throw it up against the literal demons. Can it function? Can it beat an eagle? Should add 5 Abyssal Glare, 4 Graviton, and full Tactical Laser Radiant for flavor. We could do something like that with the Paragon. See, the problem with picking a Radiant is that it might actually carry. No ITU? Well, not if it's got safety overrides. Yeah, I think it might have to be reckless. So obviously it could win here if it was committing a bit harder. But yeah, I do think these are going to have to be reckless. Other than that, yeah, with enough stat boosts, it's probably going to be fine. Oh, do I have any oh, wait a minute. That eagle didn't even have an officer. Hold on. We might have to dial it back to 1 plasma cannon to make this work. Could add expanded mags to boost the thumpers, but that's the thing, it doesn't have enough flux for that anyways. Only small weapons radiant. Now that would be a crime. That would be the real crime. Okay, I've got you I don't know why it's not... Like, I have it on full assault. Like, go. You need to be in range. It's like sitting back here isn't saving you from anything because you're still getting shot at. Come on. You can do it. Yeah, it really needs that elite energy weapon mastery to get the flux down. Okay. Yeah, I think we're gonna have to workshop this a little bit. We're so cooked? Yeah, I mean, what else did you guys expect? Okay, we're gonna drop it down to 1 plasma. And maybe like double Giga Can. Oh, that's too expensive. Never mind. It's not good. It's definitely not good. Rift Beam? What can we afford? What can we actually afford? Something like that? And then get like heavy armor? That might work. Yeah. That's like a real ship. Pew pew. No guts, no galaxy. That's what I always say. Replace them all with mining lasers. Let's be reasonable about this. Drop some vents for caps. But what would that do? Doesn't have a shield. Come on. Come on. You can do it. I believe in you. Yeah, I think the heavy armor's helping. But yeah, and yeah, now getting it to 1 plasma cannon, it's actually like doing stuff. Yeah. See, look, it's winning. It beat an eagle, guys. I think this is like the bare minimum. We've reached the ground floor, and that's good enough for me. You, sir, are ready to fight demons? You know, Godspeed, my friend. We just gotta do a little mentoring to make sure you get the right skills. 1, and nope. Needs more cowbell. Just gonna let that one slide. Eagle would be toast if you did assault chain guns and triple plasma. It wouldn't be able to shoot. Like, yeah, it would be toast if the guns could shoot, but they wouldn't. Honestly, you know what? You know what? Instead of repair, it might actually just be better with damage control. Because they're gonna die too fast for the repair to matter. This is not gonna go well. This is not gonna go well. No, we must have faith. We must be strong. We've got to believe. I think they said that in The Matrix. You know, you've got to believe. I bet it could beat an Onslaught, you just have to believe. Oh, we're believing. We're out here believing with all our might. 1, 2. Beautiful. Excellent. Sir, the point is to scare them into retreating, not actually firing the guns. You know, you may have a point there. I think... Wasn't that the point of the Death Star, too? Was like the Death Star was never meant to, like, kill people, right? It was just meant to scare people. I think, or at least that's what the, well, when I walked into, like, the Empire's recruitment office, that's what they told me. And I mean, I don't know why they would, like, they seem like trustworthy guys. Yes, we don't need field modulation. That's out. Don't need that. Or this, or one of these, or one of those. Don't need that, don't need that, don't need that. Thank you very much. Aeneas Pittman. You're up. Beautiful. Look at that. Most of the way there. Back up a little bit. Do a little teleporting action. Keith, Mr. Forbes, welcome aboard. For you, I'll just take combat endurance. I'll speed that up a little bit. I think either one is fine. See, that's another thing that you can do to make picking out the right officers easier, is if you have two skills where it's like, you know what, either one of these is fine. Damage control or combat endurance. Rather than having like a specific, like you need to have like these exact skills. Greetings, lovely to catch you live. Well, it's good to see you, the Husky. Alderaan was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. Oh, beautiful. Just incredible. A round of applause for Frank McKenna. That was the funniest thing I've ever heard. I just had to let a customer scream at me for 15 minutes. Are we still in the building phase? Yeah, we're still in the building phase. Right, we've had to workshop the Anubis a little bit so that it doesn't suck entirely. And man, letting a customer scream at you for 15 minutes. The joys of working in customer service, eh? .22 out of 10 line, though. That guy just run in front of my gun. Hey, look. You know, sometimes it happens. You slip and fall in the shower, and you land on some bullets. It is what it is. Mistakes happen. Name one of the ship's BBE flying sauna. Well, that would probably be this one, right? I don't know why it's flying or a sauna, but if you say so. Is that really such a common thing in American retail? I mean, if you talk to anyone who works in customer service, they're going to have a few stories about some guy being an asshole kind of every other week, really. We've had to tone down the cursedness of the build, sadly. Yeah, but I think, Frank, look, it's still pretty damn cursed. It's a shield-shunted Anubis. We've toned it down from, like, you know, cursed artifact that's going to end the world. You know, like the Eye of, oh god, what's that lich's name? Vecna, the Eye of Vecna. And we've toned it down from like an Eye of Vecna to just like a regular old cursed sword. Like, it's still pretty cursed. It's just not going to end the world. Worked in sales for a couple years. Those people are everywhere. Yeah. Tritapion wants to know my location for this build. I gotta keep those Tritachion nerds off of me. Okay. So I think... yeah. I think I'm just gonna... Look, the Anubis is pretty cursed. I think I'm gonna go for something a little more straightforward, a little more powerful for the Shade. So we're gonna start with that. What are the other things I'm gonna want here? You know what, probably... It's probably good to get some repair. Because of the, you know, the inimical emanations. Yeah, probably want some of that for those guys. And, do I want more speed, or do I want more hull? Probably more speed, right? It's fine. Yeah, if the mere sight of your ship doesn't cause reality to break, are you really going to be alright? Yes, I think so. As an American who worked in retail, I wholeheartedly believe this entire country would benefit if everyone worked in retail at least once in their lives. Yeah, I mean, having a little work experience definitely changes people. Usually. I mean, some people still manage to walk out and be a jerk, but for the most part, I think, you know, it's a lot easier to empathize with something when you've had a little experience with it. You know, maybe don't scream at customer service people. And look, it's like most people are fine, right? But there's always that one asshole. And that's really, like, you hear YouTubers complaining about it all the time. Like, the same idea, right? Of, like, they'll scroll past, like, 100 positive comments and see one negative one, and it just, like, ruins their day. YouTuber people talk about this all the time. Or at least I keep hearing them talking about it. Not me, of course, because nobody says negative things about me, because I'm just such a cool guy. So I don't have to worry about that problem. And I never will. Never will. It's just not going to happen. Right? None of you in chat right now are saying anything negative, and you never will. For the rest of time. Cognito hazardous builds. Oh, that's a good one. The 1% of people who are terrible have so much more impact than the 20% of overly nice people. Well, yeah, it's like, there's like a thing in your brain where it that just overly values negativity. Like, one negative thing is worth like 5 positive things in your brain for some reason. Someone tell your brain, like, someone really ought to go, like, really tell your brain what for. You know, like, stupid ass. Look at this brain guy. In it, like come on, like, be a little more rational. You think, like, your brain is your brain. You'd think it'd be a little more rational, but it just isn't. Okay, I'm getting a little distracted. Add officer. Not aggressive is not the command. There we go. There we go. Yeah, that's what I want to see. Targeted now. Beautiful. Do I want combat endurance? I guess so. They're probably going to need that repair. Yeah, they're probably going to need that. Because they are going to get hit while they're in phase space. Yeah. We'll see how these shades do. It's going to be fun. We're going to have a good time. We're going to see if the shades can stand up to the raw, unbridled power of the inimical emanations. And it's going to be a blast. And then we just throw in this last guy right here. Okay. So we've got our officers picked out. Just got to finish skilling them up. Yeah, unga bunga caveman brain go burr in modern society. Yeah, okay, so we're going to repair that. There we go. Okay, we can save that. Someone should tell this brain fella to be the bigger man and exude positive energy, huh? Well, I mean, you just told me that. You can't just say someone should tell him that and then tell me that. Or you're telling me that. You know, that's a good point. We should be positive. Right. Yeah. Yeah. Like these Anubises, best idea I've ever seen. They have no flaws. They're just the beautiful design. Wow. I mean, it's inspiring, really. Shrikes and Furies so we can dye shiny chrome on the Fury Road. Well, we'll get there eventually. We'll get there. Don't you worry about it. More big brain energy, more like big positive energy. Yeah. Yeah, you know what? This is we're doing, all right. No negativity allowed. This is a positive stream now. If I see any negativity in chat, Oh, you better believe I'm going to hit you with a ray of sunshine. That's what I'm going to do. Wait, does this have anything that I want? I guess damage can... actually, how do I want to build these? Hold on, we want that, for sure. And that. And that. Then what? Because there's a lot of different things I could take. We definitely want these. But how do I fill it out? Combat endurance, probably. Damage control could also work. It's like, I think helmsmanship's pretty important. And then I think skill 6 can be anything. It's going to be like helmsmanship, field, target, like these 5. And then one other thing. And in this case, I think I'll take ballistic mastery for the needlers. No electrons allowed in chat. Yeah. Yeah, we're talking negative energy. We're talking physics. We're talking... Can you do some Ludic compliant fleets? You rarely see retribution. I mean, the last time we did do like Invictus in Moras. But yeah, the retribution... You know what? I think actually we did do the retribution one time. It didn't end well. Minus 1 point for Anubis span. No, Phasman, you don't understand. These are shield shunted Anubises. They're cool, alright? They're cool. So I think I have to mentor you. Yeah, there we go. Now we can see the real skills. Yeah. Like that. Just like that. Retribution is player bait. Some people have managed to make it okay for like the AI, yeah. But for the most part, it is more of a playership. Okay, helmsmanship, field modulation, systems, energies, and then we just kind of pick whatever. Oh, you know what? It's missing target analysis. That's the one. That's kind of important, actually. Oh, need to find Invictus part. I think it was in the first one. Yeah. Someone did timestamps, too, for Invictus fleet. That's not a fleet. That's a... For Invictuses is just a colony in space. You're well on your way to... Like, at that point, you are well on your way to a size 5 colony. Like, you only need 10 Invictuses, and you're just flying around with a size 5 colony in space. Kind of surprised you can't just like build a heavy industry on your ships at that point. So you go like that. Okay, we're doing that. And you want one of these and one of those. And we take that, take that. That's pretty good. That's most of the way there. No, stop. Click. There we go. That. Hey, beautiful. Flawless. Couldn't have done it better myself. Just duct tape all the Invictuses together. Yeah, something like that. I mean, that makes perfect sense to me. Like, you've got, like, think about it. Like, why? So this is something that, like, kind of, like, gets me about, like, science fiction is that a lot of the time it's like, okay, we need to build, like, they always obsess over, like, colonizing planets, but it's like, if you have life support that works over long distances in space, you could just build a colony in space and gather the raw resources from, like, asteroids and stuff. Unless you need, like, planets for food. But, like, if we're going to make those long journeys across space, we probably need to grow food in space anyways. Something like that. If you use the Forge production mod, you can basically cosplay a size 5 colony. Yeah, I'm not too surprised if someone's going to mod that kind of thing. Okay, so for this guy, we're looking for helmsmanship. Yeah, there it is. And for the last one, probably that. It's good enough. New path makes the Ludic path base of operations in Invictus with built-in SO. That would be cool. Well, there is, I'm pretty sure the Knights of Lud mod does have the, like, a pather version of the Invictus. I don't know if it has safety overrides, but they have that, like that ship. Okay, got that. Bingo bongo. I mean, Gate Hauler is practically indestructible. What's easier, basically shipping an entire colony to another planet, or just building a hive ship here? Yeah. Yeah, that's always the question. It's like, if you have the ability to build a ship that can get across those long distances, at that point, like, if you... At least a self-sustaining ship, right? Because it depends on, like, the speed of travel, I think, mostly. Because if it's, like, if you can build ships that can get there quickly, then it's not that big of a deal. But if it takes years or decades to, like, travel there, which in some science fiction scenarios it does, it's like, well, at that point, you've got all the industry on the ship itself. So, like, do you really need the planet? And if you've got, like, artificial gravity and everything, do you need the planet that badly? Kind of seems like you built the planet, basically, at this point. Alright, now we can get onto the Paragon. Alright, what kind of horrendous abominations have you guys been cooking up in your brains? In fact, we can even vote on this again if you want. Like, just type in chat whatever, like, shield shunt or like 4 abyssal glares. Like, you just go for it. Go nuts. Plasma 4, shield shunt. Once managed to get 32k high explosive DPS worth of hammers in a single salvo in the Night of Luck Invictus. That's nice. Four paladins with high. Alright, so I've seen a couple of things. So, like, shield shunt with 4 of these, but we can also do Shrouded Mantle. We can S-mod that and go with, like, Hungering Rifts, right? Something like that. We can get some Void Blasters in there to make up the difference. Oh my... Look at that flux. Beautiful. Actually, Paladins in the larges. You know what? I think something like that could work. That's a lot more reasonable. A mix of Void Blasters and Paladins and Plasmas in the front and Hungering Rifts. Yeah, we don't need point defense where we're going. Plus the flux efficiency. Flux is just a number. Yup, and overloading is just a word. Give it Disintegrators instead of Void Blasters. Disintegrators, eh? Now, I don't know that, even after the buff, some people still don't like them. I think they're okay now. I think they're okay. Because all it takes is, like, one hit, and it just strips off all of their armor. It does take a second, but, like, sometimes... But it's like, it's one of those situations where if the enemy is shield flickering, then, like, you can be in a situation where you can't quite all out go into them, and just slipping through a couple of shots can make a big difference there. Needlers? I'm not sure we need needlers where we're going. Let's throw on some neutron torpedoes. Yeah. Just one is really good on Onslaught. You know what, Balanoid? I agree. Because I've done that. I put one disintegrator in, like, the front middle slot of an Onslaught. And it was pretty good. It was pretty good. Because then you can focus all of your other stuff on, like, shield damage and hull damage. And you just don't have to worry about hit strength at all. Like, just one disintegrator. Like, that's kind of like the value that it has. Is it's like, it's got enough range that it can match the ballistics. And you just need the one, and then you don't need to worry about anti-armor. Heavy armor and elite polarized armor for the extra vent speed. I don't know if we're gonna need it. Okay, so we're gonna do that. Yeah. I think we're kind of like obligated to get the repair unit now, so that we don't get stuck from EMP damage. I don't think we need that. We do want like this and one of these and one of those. And that. Yeah, okay. And then we still got enough room for like, you know what? ECCM would be nice. Because we've got plenty of missiles. The Hungering Rifts as well. See, Hungering Rifts has actually made it like you can do more missile-focused builds. Because imagine you could throw in like a Rift torpedo. You can throw in like, I don't know, like Typhoons in the medium slots. Or like Resonators in these medium slots. And then get like neutron torpedoes. And then at that point, your Paragon's actually like a missile boat at that point. Shundergun has been attempted in past tourneys before. To a mixed effect. Yeah, I do think I saw one back when the Pirate Falcon was like the meta. And someone managed to beat it with like a shield-shunted Paragon. Because I have seen a couple of those older tournaments. Okay. What do I do with these last few points? There's not much. Oh, I still have Void Blasters back here. Should probably swap these to something else. Nothing's really going to get behind it, though, because that's just how these guys work. I think we'll just take more hull mods. Like heavy armor. There we go. Beautiful. And, you know what? We can throw in a few, like, mining lasers. Yeah. Yeah. This is going to be totally fine. It's like a real build. Do I want the missile specialization? I think so. I think there's enough that we would want that. For the last thing, impact mitigation. Yeah. I think something like this could be good. And by good, I mean it might survive. We'll see. I love big cannons and I cannot lie. Amen. What gun was ragged on in the description of it? Was it the Gig Cannon? Probably, I think that was. Because like the whole joke is that it's so bad that they decided not to sabotage the development of it in universe. Well, it's not like the gun itself is bad, but like it specifically doesn't work with their ships, was the idea. Which, incidentally, I don't think is actually true. But it's kind of funny. Is it actually possible to make a fleet that can deal with both Abyssal factions? Yeah. Yeah, it is. Sindria mentioned. Glory to the Lion of Sindria. Hilarious, I love it. Yeah, there's some good details in this game. Let's see. Hagent assets report test firing displays dramatic power output, but weapon system integration projected to reduce enemy warfighting capability in fleet action due to doctrinal inefficiency. Recommend no sabotage operation. Yeah, it is. Elaborate? I mean, I'm pretty sure I've done it before in my playthroughs, right? Or, like, where I did manage to beat both. I don't think it was... Like, making one fleet that can beat both of the Abyssal enemies is not, like, insanely hard. I mean, it's going to be a bit difficult, but it's doable. It's not really, like... You know what? Maybe that might be a good video idea. Both factions with the same fleet. Yeah. That might be a good idea for a video, if that's something you're looking for. I could do a video on that, but... that's not really what but right now we're trying to do some meme builds. Like we're not worried about efficiency right now, so I'll have to get back to you on that one. 2 autopulse, 4 ion cannon? Oh, you mean like 4 ion pulsar? Like this. Is this what you're talking about? I'd like that video. Alright, well I'll have to... Yeah. Alright, well I'll have to cook up something then and see if I can show how that's possible. Because I think in both cases, so something that's going to be really good for both will be fragmentation damage. Or like anything that's good against hull. Because both Threat and the Shrouded Dwellers have a lot of hull. The difference is Threat has more armor, while Shrouded Dweller has more like shields. That's the difference between them. But in both cases, they have a lot of hull. Okay, okay. So we're going to want to S-mod, this. We might do turret gyros. We'll see. We'll see. I haven't decided yet. Now for anti-shield, I mean, we are going to be in the abyss, so a lot of these are going to be worse. How are the swarm launchers? So can you guys... I haven't used the swarm launchers against the demons. How does that work? What do you guys think? I am drinking beer to get more ideas for ships. That's the way to do it. Yeah, okay, we're going to try and not overflux too much here. Well, I think we'll go heavy mass driver at the nose, because... And it's the heavy mass driver. What else are you going to do? It's really strong. Giga Cannon description reminds me of a large backpack description in Kenshi, where it recommends you to just get a smaller backpack. Anyway, since it's so heavy even when empty. Nice. Drunk stream when? Probably not. So you're saying Autolance Sender Sniper is goated? Autolances on the Sender are good. I don't know if I'd go triple. You know, a lot of swarms for it to be worth against dwellers, they evaporate? Okay. Yeah, I think I'll stick to... I think I'll just stick to the Squall. And just kind of hope that it does good. Because we do need that anti-shield damage, but, oh boy. This one's going to be rough. Probably also want to do a flux distributor, just for nice and practical. With a flux, yeah, okay. Let's get a little more capacity on there. Which I might be able to, yeah, we might be able to afford that if I drop, okay, there we go, yeah. I don't think I need to spend those extra points on burst lasers, at least not on the rear. Do I even need them on the front, I think is the question. Linked Locust plus Squall is goated. I think that was for a while the optimal setup on the Conquest. Although that's kind of changed. Okay, we're most of the way there. Got you. Your Abomination. This thing is... Well, it's going to need a little bit of work. What is this? I don't think she has any of the skills I want. Oh, you know what? I also got to repair a little bit. There we go. Turn off caps lock. Save that. Definitely need that. Yeah. Okay, so we take that. Something like this. Yeah, that's a lot of capacity. Okay. Yeah, the Executor has a lot of ordnance points that you can spend on weapons, but it has pretty low base capacity. It's one of the rare cases where I think elite ordnance expertise is actually pretty solid. Okay. So this is a terrible idea. Just gonna... Ooh, looks like none of the Abyssal Lights have spawned yet. It might be a good idea to first overcargo capacity. Let's hold on. Let me fix that. Or over crew capacity. Ah. There's a problem. So we can try testing against them in the simulator first. Just like one of each. I'll throw in a couple extra tendrils. Because if we can't beat this, we're in some trouble. Can we all bet on how long the fight would last? Could be fun. I think it'd be easier to bet on how much of the enemy you end up the fleet will kill. I think that would be an easier bet. Okay, so they didn't immediately die. That's a good start. 2 minutes, Gamble Core. It's like sports betting. Look at this guy. That's not good. It jumped forward. Look at that. See, that's the trick. Our fleet is so bad that it deceives the enemy into jumping forward. Alright. Oh, look, they killed the Maw. Okay. So now that we've seen that, let's hold a poll. I'm going to hold a poll, and we're going to see what you guys think. How much of the enemy fleet are we going to kill? Do you think it's 25%? 50%? Hold on. Let me just finish that. And, yeah. There we go. Vote on your phones now. $100 or bust, baby. I mean, you already had a taste of what the threat is capable of, so... If you want to still bet on 100, don't blame me if you get burned, baby. How much copium is chat on? That's a good question. We do a little believing. Yeah, so far it's looking like, even if we look at the first two options, people are favoring 50% over 25%, and people favor 100% the most of all. I just came here, so I have no idea what the fleet common is, but I sure believe in 100%. And that's the right spirit, Rubito. The goated fleet. It represents the common man's struggle. All right. I think we're going to call it there. We're looking at a 46%, so not a majority, but pretty close. Silksong confirmed, and we are winning. Continue. In this corner, we've got the Paragons of Humanity, the peak of technology, the shield-shunted Anubis, leading the charge against the evil, vile demons of Moloch. Look at this guy. Brave warriors of humanity. I mean, you know what? The pseudoparticle jet doesn't really do anything. They do have that going for them, because that's kinetic damage. Yeah, like it doesn't do anything against them because they're not using shields. It's basically useless. My frame rate is a little bit worse than I'd like. Huh. Oh, couple of tendrils getting destroyed. We're making progress. We are losing ships, though. There goes another one. Okay. Let's anchor ourselves on the Paragon so it doesn't move around too much. Yeah, there goes another one. So guys, I think it's gonna be closer to 20%. Look at the range on those zaps. Their inimical emanations actually have range. Get him. Had to go food, finally caught back up. Welcome back. The Shades are trying their best, but they are, even with the S-modded like repair unit, the inimical emanations are still keeping them, giving them a little bit of trouble. Oh, it looks like the Executor is trying its best. Squall is doing some damage. Whenever they drop their shields, it hits them with the auto lances, but it looks like it's struggling to get in range with its main weapons. The enemies are just staying at a distance. They don't care. They're not going to fight fair if they don't have to. Luckily, the Shade is here, distracting the Abyssal Glare, keeping it from actually targeting the Executor. So this thing might actually be... Yeah, you got him. The Executor might actually be the thing that wins, even though the ion damage isn't really useful. I don't think EMP really does anything to these guys. But yeah, it's over here, not only fighting off the eye, but it's actually killing enemies. And over here... Turns out Shield Shunt might be a bad idea, guys. I don't know. We can win with commands, get type nuke in the console. What, you want me to launch a cyber nuke? Well, that doesn't seem fair. Yeah, look, the Executor just killed an eye. Obviously, the Lion of Sindria knows exactly what he's doing. Made the best ship, it's simple as. Rip and tear until it is done. Yes. You know, I think we might hit that 25% quota. What do you guys think? You changed the outcome by measuring it. We should have been at 100%. Hey, this ain't quantum physics, buddy. Nice try. Leave it to Philip to know his target priorities. Yeah. Like, look at this. They jump away, but they do get whittled down. Uh-oh. Also, I didn't give it any bonus ammo to the missiles, so those are probably going to run out. But if we ignore that, like, look at that burst damage. And then it rams into its teammate. You still believe? Surely the Lion of Sindria will carry us through. The Maw doesn't stand a chance. Yeah, I don't think Shield Shunt is going to work too well against the Eye. But hey, you know, I don't make the rules. The people wanted to see Shield Shunt. Oh, it's so odd how they do that in sync, where they all jump forward. Like they got one brain, or they jump backwards in sync. Look at that. Like they've got one mind. Isn't that creepy? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Engines are down. That's not good. We might be cooked. Nah, we're fine. Unfortunately, all that's left is the poor Shade that was just trying to help. What do you guys think? Is he gonna carry? You know, I think if we're looking at the tendrils and the Shrouded Eye, we did get like 50% of those. Yeah, man, this guy is way too smart. He's actually trying to stall as long as possible. But unfortunately, that's not what we're here for. Yep. So, that didn't go well. I think I'm going to score 1 for the demons, then. Yeah. Definitely rigged. I saw the notification earlier but couldn't join until now. At least I see the counter is still 0-0. Oh, my friend. The counter is 1-1. Whoa, why did the music stop? That was weird. That was weird. I don't know what's going on with that. Okay, it's time to start cooking up ideas for the next one. Yeah, I think I'm just going to fire all these preemptively. We lost because the Executor had shields. Okay, this is... It's not doing the thing. Okay, do I have to clear? Because I want to keep spamming it, but pressing up arrow isn't working. Huh. I guess there's a limit. Oh, it looks... No, if you mess up the order. Interesting. So if you press up twice by accident, it ruins it. I didn't know that. Alright. Okay, let's get that poll started. Make an Atlas Mark II as a frontline hull-soaking tank. Okay. So, Shrouded Atlas, but what's it tanking for? Shrouded Atlas... you know what? Probably, like... Diagonal Quest. I think I'm just gonna do... Yeah. Invictus with makeshift shield generator. You can't actually put it on the Invictus. So we're gonna go with, okay, Shrouded Atlas. Or we're gonna do what the guy said earlier, Prometheus with... What was it? Prometheus with Escort Enforcers. I remember that one. And the last one is Fury plus Retribution. Yeah. Alright. Alright. Go ahead and vote on those. I'm going to go to the bathroom. Alright, what have we got? Oh, this is a pretty close poll. All three strategies at once, of course. I mean, they're actually surprising. I think this is probably the closest it's ever been for any of these polls. Is across all three of them being in like the 30s. A vote for Prometheus is a vote for Lud. Now that's something I can get behind. A classic high-tech ship, the Furry. It's 1R. It's a common mistake, I understand. I voted using RNG. Bomb rush the demons, they will disappear. Trust. Well, unfortunately, it looks like people aren't trusting. They've put their trust into something else. Seems long enough to me. I guess we'll call it there. So, Shrouded Atlas, supported by Moras. Freudian slip. More like Freudian ship. Because get it? Because they sound, they rhyme. Yeah, I know, it's pretty clever. Add ship, Atlas. Alright, wait, how do you type this damn thing in? Atlas 2? Atlas 2. Okay, it is just called Atlas 2. Probably gonna want like 5 of those at least. All this stuff to the end of the line. Alright, that's our starting point. And then we're looking at Mora. Combat ships, right, because these things are not going to count by default. I think we're going to want militarized. Oh, we can't even add militarized subsystems unless we go home. Okay. Well, I'm going to... luckily, I know a teleportation technique. Bazinga. I think we're going to add militarized subsystems to these guys. So they can benefit from all of those lovely skills that boost your militarized ships. And just as quickly as I arrived, I disappeared. Wow. And we need more crew. Not going for shrouded civilian atlases? Well, we're going to go for shrouded military atlases. Apparently we need more crew. There we go. Oh! Oh, no, my mistake. They actually don't have enough crew. That's right. They have a maximum crew of 300, but a skeleton crew of 500. My mistake. Crew up gathering they crew. Well, let's see if we can fit a little bit more off of that. And we're still under strength. How many more do we need? 200 more. And ship Starliner. Okay. That should make up the difference, right? Toss those in. Yeah. Oh yeah, we don't need that many. We'll leave a little bit of room. But yeah, that Starliner covers us. Okay. Beautiful. So now we're good. Now we can actually start building the ships. Militarized subsystems at the moment. Yeah, they're doing a little bit of magic. Well, you know, it kind of reminds me of like something like this isn't too crazy historically. There was like back in the day, you didn't have your crew aboard your submarines. Instead, what you had was like, they had like a ship called the submarine tender. Kind of, probably a lot like the drone tender idea for sci-fi, and like the Shepherd. But it's like, you had the crew actually lived on the tender, and then they would go onto the submarines for patrols, and then come back and like sleep and live and eat on on like the ship, the support ship. And I think it's the same thing here, where the crew actually lives and sleeps on the Starliner, and then they just go, they like transfer onto the military ship temporarily for like work. Like, there is some historical precedent for that. It's not too crazy. I mean, squalls seem like an obvious choice, but we do, again, we want to stick to the premise. We're talking shrouded, well, you said shrouded hull tank, so I'm assuming you mean shrouded mantle. Not the other ones, right? How many shrouded mantles do I have? I hope I have enough. Shrouded mantle. Yeah, because I think we did this in one of our earlier ones. So I got enough of the item. Okay. Cool. SMod mill systems could do it. Well, yeah, but I'm probably going to want... That does negate the extra crew requirements. I'm just probably going to want to SMod something else. Shrouded Thunderhead plus Vestas autoguns. That would be a lot of flux, wouldn't it? Be way too much flux, I think. It's just not practical. Crabs have one hull, one armor. Well, they kind of have one armor, but at the same time, they have like an invisible hull mod that... They have an invisible hull mod that gives them like 50 flat armor for... Or is it 150? It's like a flat amount that they add for calculations. So you can't, like... Your hit strength still does matter against the crabs. Against the demons. This is locust spam angle, right? Well, either locust or squalls. Hypervelocity drivers and Gauss cannons? Yeah, that could work. Let's see. Yeah, okay, well, if we... So, if I go bulkheads, I guess it's not that bad. Especially for 24 points. Throwing, like, heavy armor. Probably gonna have to SMod both of these. Try and make them a little bit durable. Something like that, so they can actually do some hull tanking. Dual Gauss, huh? Like one of those. We switch over to locusts. Is that what we're talking about? One of each for get symmetry? Oh, whoops. Like that. Alright, I see ya. Probably need... We might be able to make up the difference with just... With just ordnance expertise there. Can the dual Gauss outrange the Red Boys? I hope so. Why not Mjolnirs over Gauss? I think Mjolnirs cost even more flux, right? 667 versus 600. These have more range. And they're kinetic, but they have enough hit strength that they're going to do good hull damage. Is heavy armor actually better on lightly armored ship because it is a bigger % increase? So that's what I thought for a while, but it's also like non-linear, where the more armor you have, the more valuable armor gets because of the damage negation. Although I do think for something like, for this ship, its baseline armor is too low for it to do any hull tanking, so you do need heavy armor. Not even for the armor itself, but for like the minimum damage reduction that you get when it's stripped off. Heavy armor on a capital ship adds like 25. I'm a sucker for symmetry most of the time, but right now we're doing memes. Exactly. Probably gonna need that. And then I guess just more flux. Unless there's some kind of secret... you know what? We could fill these with mining lasers. Yeah, there's the secret technology. Now this is, well, it's something. Some kind of a... Whew. I think we're going to be good, right? We're going to be fine. We're totally not going to go up in flames, guys. This is going to be a big improvement over the last fleet. I can just feel it. So we're going to start with target analysis. Yeah. Damage control. Sure. Impact mitigation. Yeah. Yeah. Ordnance expertise. Yeah. And what do I want to finish this off with? I mean, all of these look good. Like, missile specialization looks good. Systems expertise. Gunner, like, all 4 of these I think I could pick. Right, keeping a large ballistic symmetric. Well, Gauss can't, like, what are you going to pair a Gauss cannon with? In vanilla, there's nothing else that matches it. Medusa flux capacity on this boy. Well, Potsky, Medusas get a better flux capacity than this. They can get into, like, 11,000 pretty easily. Or at least 10,000 pretty easily, and with a little bit of work, they can get 11,000. Yeah, there's not really any other vanilla weapon that can match range with the Gauss. There are if you use mods. That's a tough one. Well, hold on, let me take a look. We're looking at... Okay, that's nice. That's a nice improvement. I don't think we're going to be able to stay at a distance long enough for it to matter. Probably want missiles, if anything. Take one of those. Something like that. Yeah. Yeah. This is very doable. Yep, we're going to be fine. I'm not coping. We're definitely going to be fine. For some reason I forgot it was 1200 range. You probably forgot because not a lot of people use it. It's a bit of a... You know, some people really like that range, but some people just don't use it until they forget about it. We build in for derelict operations without derelict operations. Yeah, kinda. Local piles of garbage shooting stuff from incredibly far away. You say that like it's a breaking news story. Breaking news. Local piles of garbage caught shooting more piles of garbage from long distances. I've come to get a statement from the local representative. John Garbage, what do you have to say about the situation? The garbage has come. The time of the clean is over. Very interesting, John. Yeah, more at 10. More at 10. Back to you, Chris. I should probably be changing these over to steady or even cautious. Who do you think would win this hypothetical 1v1? John Star Sector or Jimmy Space? Ooh, that's a tough one. That's actually, you know what? I think we could hold a poll for that. Like, I don't know. Yeah, that's a... Yeah, I don't know. I'll let the people decide on that one. You know, I think Jimmy Space might be a bit of an underdog here, but I think he's got a lot going for him. Okay, so yeah, I just need to do this guy. Mentor, steady, and... Yep. You are missing ballistic mastery. Bastard. Guess I'll just take systems expertise instead. That's good enough. So I'm getting those three? Okay. Bing, bong, bong. Easy. Bob threat, yeah. I like Jimmy's space because it sounds kind of like, you know, Better Call Saul, like, you know, Jimmy. But in space. Can you imagine? Jimmy in space. He's probably rustling out there, too. Oh, what a guy. Yeah, that covers these. Okay. Well, let's see what kind of abomination they perform as. I think we're going to put Hungering Rifts on, like, all the Moras. So here's a little preview. This is not going to go well. And we're going to have to vote again on how far do you think these guys are going to come. Oh, you know what? I think most of them are still aggressive. I really need them to be cautious. Yeah, they're going to have use more cautious AI. But again, we can see that their main damage is like the pseudoparticle jet, which is for shields. So as long as you're like if you roll up with like onslaughts and like the Invictus, I think is perfect for fighting these things. And I think the Invictus is also pretty good. That's actually a good example of what someone said earlier, something that can fight threat and the demons. The Invictus could probably do it. You know, you just throw it, like, especially if you're piloting it yourself, throw in like 4 Mjolnirs. But even in the AI hands, you just go with like less flux-intensive build. A couple of Mark 9s, a Hephaestus, and a Hellbore. Like, it's got the durability to survive most of this. Like, the only thing it's got to worry about is the eye, but you can always just, like, snipe the eye. Like, you can always tell them to kill the eye. And, like, who's gonna win? A stupid fragile eye or a Chad Invictus? It's, like, simple. It's not even a question, really. Oh, look at that! Look at that. They're doing pretty good against the Maw. None of them have died yet. Wow. Look, it triggered the Shrouded Mantle with its eye beam. That's awesome. We're using demon technology against demon technology. The Chinvictus. Yes. Okay. You know what? We might be onto something here. Gauss cannons with accelerated ammo feeder. Yeah, it's real tough to beat that. If in doubt, just use bricks. If in doubt, just brick it out. That's what they say. Just gotta make sure we're all in on the steady plan and not the aggressive plan. Okay, so that covers those guys. We cooking, oh yeah. We're burning down the whole kitchen with this one. So for these guys, okay, I've got to go storage. We're probably going to want like 1 Hungering Rift on each of them to provide some healing for these guys. And then we need some like good support from the fighters. Oh, you know what would be funny? Swarm launcher. I don't think I have the... Oh, no, I do. I can do that. Yeah, because these go up to 60, and it costs 50 to launch. Yeah, so I don't need the extra stuff. I can just go with the Fragment Swarm. Safety overrides. Got to get those front lanes. Alright, we could do safety overrides. I mean, now we don't have room for anything else. Shunt. Shunted Mora. Shunted Mora. Something like this. Okay. We're cooking. We're cooking. Can you feel it? Thunders. Well, the thing about the Thunders is I don't think the ion cannons aren't super useful because the enemy doesn't really care about EMP damage. Warthog spam, please. That's... yeah, well... again, I don't know if the high explosive damage is super useful. They don't have armor, right? Which kind of narrows things down, unfortunately. It's like... well, we could do broadsword spam, I guess. All Cobras. It's the red tide. Can you feel it now, Mr. Krabs? We'll probably go with that. Get a little, I don't know if any point defense is actually going to help here. There's no way they're going to be able to shoot down the Hungering Rift, right? So that doesn't really matter. If I give him like a couple of light needlers. S-mod that. Get a targeting unit. Is that how it's going to be? You know what? They probably don't need... yeah, we'll just S-mod that. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Something like this. Toss all of this in the trash. We don't need it. Don't Hungering Rift healing work both ways? Oh, you know what? You're only allowed 10 of these per battlefield. So if I have 5 of them and the enemy has like 10 of them, we're competing over the same limited resource, right? No, wait, sorry. This limitation does not apply to the Shrouded Dweller. So it might actually be useless. You know what? We'll just build it like this, and then if we lose against Shrouded Dweller, I'll give you like a sort of a pity round against the threat. See if the healing makes a difference. I think that's how we'll do it. Wow, beautiful. Wait, is there not enough needlers? Why is it doing this? Oh, it's probably because I just need to S-mod this stuff. Yeah, okay. Not enough ordnance points. I see how it is. There we go. I do like, look, wait, look at these two. Look at them. It's the same part of the texture, but just rotated slightly. What are the odds that they would end up so close? That it's so obvious? Because normally it's like a completely different part of the texture, so you don't notice, but these two, like these two are just the same. OMG, finally, another Build My Fleet. That's right, Mongoose. The children yearned for the talons. Yeah, that's probably a good pick, too. I think we're going to go with this. So when it comes to the skill sets, well, we don't need that, obviously. Damage control for sure. I think we want... to do that. I think we want point defense for the broadswords, and then combat endurance for the repair would be nice, but I think we can skip it. Get like target analysis. Then we get that, we get that. We can skip you, we can skip you, yeah, something like that, okay. Go on to the next one. I think I was going to do ordnance expertise, but I forgot. They'll be fine without it. yeah, we're going to get, like, they don't need to be exactly the same. We're just going to get in roughly the same ballpark. Because we could just pick all 6 defensive skills, and that would be maximum durability, but it's fine if we miss out 1 or 2. Something like this. Wait. I think I'd rather have that. Yeah. More combat endurance. More of that. More of that. One of those. Yeah, this is the... So this right here is the ultimate defensive setup. Right, you get repair from this, damage from this, damage from this, damage reduction from this, but also this boosts the damper field, so you get more damage reduction. This for armor, this for armor, this for point defense, so that your armor doesn't get broken. It's the pure defensive turtle build for armor ships. In fact, I think the only defensive skill it's missing is field modulation. But it's got everything else. I gave you like playing tanks. That's the tank build for you. I think yeah, we'll do that. And then finally, this last guy, Sunday Chiron. Impact, polarized, systems, take that, and we'll take that. Good enough. It's time to go find some demons. Yeah, it doesn't have a shield, so it doesn't need field modulation. That is a gravity well. Let's... Yeah. I've started to think it's a lot... Yeah, I've started switching this from the default and actually swapping Sustained Burn and the active scan. It's a lot easier to hit 3. That's looking pretty demonic. Alright. Let me start a poll. We're talking 0%, 25%, 50%, 75%. Oh, there's only... Okay. You can only do 4. I was hoping to do 5 here. But no. That's not allowed. Yeah. What do you guys think? How far are we going? How much do you believe? Do we have faith? Yeah, I wanted to add 75% Marlon Brando, but you can only have 4. Believers assemble, non-believers are cowards. You're holding on above that 50% threshold. Just got here and no idea what we're voting for, but I'm going 100%. Go for it, Space Cheese. I swear, is that going to happen every time? Is someone's going to walk in right as we're voting, and they can't see what the fleet even is, but they're going to vote 100%? Classic. What are we voting for? We're voting for how much of the enemy fleet you're going to beat. Do you think that we're going to beat 0 of it? 25%, 50%, or 100%? Do you think we're going to win? Right? Voting for a vote for 100% is a vote for win. 500%. I made a full Mora derelict operations support doctrine fleet, and they got chewed up at the eye because they couldn't reach it. Well, I think that's, I think you could probably solve that by swapping some of the Warthogs for different fighters. Like, if you had Thunders, they'd be able to reach it. What's going on? I just saw a vote and clicked 100%. We're voting on what are the chances of victory here? What are the chances that the fleet that we built is going to beat the demons? People are still putting so much in this goofy pirate fleet. Well, they want to believe. Thunder, huh? I'll try that. Yeah, it's got that extra range compared to other fighters. Right, like it can travel further away from the carriers. I don't know if I'd go all in on Thunders. It's probably good to have like a mix of them. It's like having some of your ships carrying Thunders and some of them carrying Warthogs, something like that. Wouldn't it make more sense for 0% to be rolled into 25% for up to 25%? Yeah, that's probably a better way of doing it for the future. But hey, somebody did vote for 0%. That is a brave soul right there. This time we got people seem to have a little more faith in this fleet. This time, instead of it being like 45%, it's more like 53% for that 100. We're going full power. Alright, let's see how it turns out. Mule fleet next. Alright, I'll add that to the voting pool. Mule fleet. I mean, it's not going to be 100% mules. I'll probably do like 10 mules and then a couple of capital ships. Oh, hold on. I can't see chat. There we go. Mule. Thunders also do sick donuts around the enemy ship. I think that mostly got fixed. They got a huge buff to maneuverability. Mule meta forever. I like how people are like, there's a time where people are like, dude, converted hangar spam with mules. And then 2 seconds later, it was like, wait. Why would I use mules when I can use the Buffalo Mark II? Oh my god. So we'll see how this goes. It does... Oh, look, the Moras are actually successfully firing off some Hungering Rifts. You gotta give them that. Even with the limitations, they are successfully shooting. And the Moras are very durable. Like, systems expertise with Damper Field lets them spam the hell out of it. If the enemy gets close, they do have a couple of Light Needlers. And all the Atlases need to do is sit back and use their Gauss cannons. The Maw has 10,000 hull points. Not anymore. It's taking some Gauss damage. The game is not letting me target it. There we go. This thing's actually taking some serious damage. Guys, we might have cracked the code. We might have cracked the code. This is like the perfect synergy, because the Mora is really tanky, and the Atlas is really fragile but has good weapons. You put them together. You know, people say you need to use capital spam to beat these things, but we're mostly in cruisers here. I guess the Atlas is, like, it's a capital ship technically. It's cruiser priced. And why is my frame rate so ass? Huh, that's weird. I'm sure it'll get better. Told you Atlas rocks. Uh-oh, one of the Moras is dying. They still haven't finished off the Maw, although they have done a lot of damage to it. I'll give you that. You know, I bet you this guy doesn't have a fully defensive build. He's probably got, like, ordnance expertise and ballistic mastery. Well, they've got to take out that Maw, because the enemies are closing in from all kinds of directions. Local garbage pile defies odds, slays demon. Now that's a headline if I've ever read one. And even this guy's holding on. So I guess Gauss cannons, you know what? That might be the secret against the Shroud. Use Gauss cannons. Oh, you definitely don't want that. Yeah, you definitely don't want this. That's going to do a lot of damage. Oh, it did force the... It is getting some Gauss Sonnets through the eye. Got a stun. And then immediately stopped shooting as soon as it stunned it, and switched to a different target. Classic. Classic. And look! Oh, you know what? Shrouded Mantle has to be really good for these things. Right, because the Moras don't have Shrouded Mantle, so they, like, if they take a bunch of damage, they stick on the front. Whereas these things do have Shrouded Mantle, so when they take damage, they jump backwards behind the Moras. I like that. Come on, you gotta get some shots in the eye. Get him, yeah. That's an eye down. You know, the believers might be rewarded here. Look at that, jumping backwards. The eye is having a hard time killing them because of the Shrouded Mantle. Yeah, it tries, but then it has to... Oh man, this thing's pretty close to dying, though. We cleaned up on this side. I think Gauss cannons are like the cheat code against these guys. Look at that. The Atlas Mark IIs might be scoring a W here. People from the 100% religion are right for once. The lobsters come strapped, you're goddamn right. I never not vote 100%. Look at this. How many casualties do we even face? Like, not that many. I think we lost one Mora. Yeah. So if you're struggling with the manifestations, this has a lot of good advice for you. Number one, Moras are a great tank. They can survive a while. Right? That kind of like low-tech tank, pretty good. Number two, Gauss cannons. They've got the range, like the eyeballs, with their big old laser, outrange most of your stuff, but they don't outrange Gauss cannons. Like, they match range with the Gauss cannons. So that's a pretty good thing. And because they're mostly, like, they don't have, like, good armor, the Gauss cannons don't have any issues. Right? Their kinetic damage is great against their shields, and they do enough, and they do some pretty good hull damage. That was pretty nice. On top of that, against other enemies, the Hungering Rifts have been pretty useful for healing these things, the Shrouded Mantles. Yeah, it might be that, like, you actually want to go, like, an armored, shield-shunted Atlas. Right, because, you know what? The main thing that kills Atlases is getting flanked by, like, frigates and destroyers. Because they can rush past your front line and surround things. And it's difficult to manage most of the time. But if you're fighting the manifestations, they don't have any of that. Their destroyers aren't even that fast. They got no frigates. Shield Charged Paragon or no balls? We did that earlier. So we do in fact have balls. 1 Conquest Spam Mule with 3 S mod. Alright, well, we're going to start the poll. We're talking Prometheus plus Enforcer. I'm going to bring that one back. We're going to talk Mule plus Conquest. And we're going to need a third thing. Doesn't simply having evil hall mods ban you from every spaceport ever? I think that's only an issue with the Ludic Church. Those guys don't like the evil stuff, but everybody else is cool with it. Yeah, no, you can use the evil hall mods. Just don't talk to any church fleets, but everybody else, like, you can roll up to Tritachyon with the evil demonic energies, and they're fine with it. Let's see. 4 Invictus, Paragon HSA, Nova. Put an annoying frigate. You know what? I haven't used the Tempest too much. Could throw Tempest plus something else. Hyperion fleet or no balls. I mean, I think I've seen enough Hyperion fleets in my lifetime. High-tech blasphemy. Oh yeah, well, you know what? Invictus plus Tempest. How about that? Yeah. Alright, let's see what the people want. What are the people hungry for today? What are they craving? No, it's losing, rigged, democracy faked. That's right, the only real democracy is a managed democracy where you make sure that people don't vote for the wrong, because where you can guarantee that people don't vote for the wrong guy. Real democracy. And if they vote for the wrong guy, then it must be because it's rigged and not because I'm wrong. Chat, tell me who to vote for. Helldivers. Yeah, that's like I mean, people say that's a Helldivers thing. Yeah, I think. I haven't actually played Helldivers 2, though. So I'm just going to trust that the memes are all correct. Update the scoreboard? You're absolutely right. Because chat did actually score a win. It's only fair. Look, all I'm saying is, the woke people want you to vote Prometheus, so clearly, you've got to not vote Prometheus, because, I mean, it's as obvious as that. Today I will vote for Prometheus because I think it's the funniest. I mean, the Prometheus is almost a combat ship, even though it's not. It almost is. Alright, I'm going to give you... I'm going to give you another 50 seconds to rig the election results. I mean to vote with legitimately. Use Tesseracts. You know, that might be fun as like a one-time thing, using like Tesseracts. My face on the wrong guy is also part of the incumbent. Let's see. A mule, a civilian ship? You're telling me you're putting a civilian ship to do a military ship's job? Man. Oh fuck, I can't even remember what that's called. I'm having a brain fart. I voted correctly. Well, I hope so, because Tempest Invictus... Everybody give a round of applause. Tempest Invictus. Yay. Tesseract is 500,000. Well, yeah, you're probably not supposed to sell those. Alright. Add ship. Tempest. 8. Add ship. Invictus 2. Where does that put us? How does that work? So if I get... Okay. Uh-huh. Yeah. So I think if I drop one of these, right, I can get another Invictus. And I think we're going to do like 3 different Invictus builds. See how that goes. Kenji Takashima. Welcome. You are now a certified gamer and you can post lobsters. Back where I'm from, we call it lobster posting. Wait, do I actually not have enough crew? Oh my... I need even more crew? Are you... Oh my god, bruh. I need 12,000. Add crew. Oh, you know, we'll just add a comfortable 10,000. No big deal. Isn't Tempest bad now? It got buffed a lot in the last patch. Like, yeah, when it got changed from high energy focus to the new thing, the termination sequence, it got a little bit worse. But then they buffed it a bit, so it's doing better. Not as strong as it used to be, but not as bad as... Like, I mean, it was okay in the last patch, but it was... You know, now it's a little bit better. That's the population of my hometown in those ships. Oh, yeah. Modern day version of like a steam engine where you've got a guy shoveling coal into the engines, but instead of crossing the country, you're crossing hyperspace. That'd be a cool sci-fi setting where you've got a bunch of guys shoveling coal into a big furnace to power a hyperspace engine. That's like a Star Wars. Yeah, the thing is, if you have 10 Invictuses, you're lugging around, because each of these things is, you just need to get the, additional berthing, right? Wait, hold on, it's going to be down here. Because, if you S-mod it, what's the percentage? It's like 30%? Damn, where is it? There it is, additional berthing. And if you S-mod it, it goes up to 60%. So that gets you up to like 9,600. Maximum crew. 9,600. That's just shy of 10,000. So if you get 11 of those, you can easily be carrying around over 100,000 crew. Easily. No, that sounds like Spelljammer. Yeah, maybe it's a Spelljammer. It's describing Starbound's coal-powered spacecraft. I remember Starbound. That's just the sunless sky settings. Oh yeah, that is a... You're right, that is a game. My bad. 2 heavy blasters or no balls. You can't just say, use all of your... you can't just say that. You can't. 1 heavy blaster is pretty crazy enough. 2, look at the number. Look at that number and tell me that's reasonable. Tempests are already going to be bad. Like, frigates are already bad against the demons. And you want me to do this? Save your nonsense for when we get to the Invictus. I can and you won't stop me. So no balls. Yeah, I left my balls in my other pants. Sorry. They're at the dry cleaners right now. We can do 1 heavy blaster. Oh, you know what? We could do double kinetic blaster. That might be doable. No. Never mind. That's not doable at all. I'm lying. Man, how high am I going to make these things work? It's so convenient to just do double phase lance because they're cheap. You get advanced optics. The flux is actually reasonable. But we're not going to do that. It's too obvious. It's too obvious. Ion Cannon doesn't really do anything, so yeah, I think it's just a single heavy blaster and then safety overrides. Like that. Then we just ignore this. Right, and then we're going to want hardened shields. We're going to want extended shields. I don't think we need frontal shields. Oh, you know what? We could probably drop a few vents. For a little more capacity. Something like that. Yeah, there we go. These might actually be able to live. Two regular pulsars. Yeah, I mean, that kind of does work, but I'm going to compromise. We're going to do one. We'll do one heavy blaster. Yeah, I think we'll go with that. Something like this. It's a little over 5,000 is good. Copy and paste. Then when we get, like, if you want to get to wacky builds, that's what we're going to do with the Invictuses. Alright, so you better start brainstorming. What would you put on an Invictus that would be really stupid, but really funny? Yeah, okay, I've got to fire all these guys. Bye-bye. I don't think I want gunnery implants. Target analysis, yeah. No, not that. No. I think I can keep that. No. Yeah, okay. We're gonna need to add more guys. Gotta send dudes. Aggressive 6. Invictus with all Needlers. Terrible accuracy, might as well ram. That's, well, you know, I think the Needler builds have done pretty well. Surprisingly. 4 Gauss cannons. That's doable. Why use ship when you can use Star Fortress? 4 Hellbores firing on full tilt. I could believe that against Threat. Because of all their armor and hull, but I don't know if I'd do that against demons. 10 Thumpers would be better. Oh my god. Okay, we're going to do the Gauss cannons, and the Needlers, those ones are doable. Gauss cannons and Needlers. Yeah, okay, that gets us most of the way there. Let's just start building them. Because we do want energy weapon mastery. Helmsmanship. Point defense. Field modulation. I think systems expertise is okay. Yeah. It does increase the... Yeah, we'll save that for energy weapon mastery. Yeah, there it is. Something like this. Because the thing is, systems expertise at the very least increases the range of its termination sequence by 50%. And it does have a pretty short range, so it's like, it's okay. And then the elite bonus is always nice. ×4 Hephaestus assault cannons, wall of bullets. Yeah, I think the first one we're going to go... Because we're going to do 3 different builds, so I think the first one we can do something like this. Right, Gauss cannons in the main battery, and then a bunch of Storm Needlers on the sides. We can do that. Locust? Locust. Locust. Okay, yeah, we'll back up to here. This guy. Don't want any of that. Yucky. Okay. Yeah, beautiful. Look at that. Yeah, okay, it's gonna look like that. Alright, alright. Looking good. Looking golden. Point defense, systems, and then we'll drop it there. You are energy, shields, systems. Nice. Okay, and then the next guy, Shaffa. That's a good name. That's a spacing name. Shaffa Masaryk. That's a pretty good name. I like that. Greetings, Commander. My name is Shaffa Masaryk. I'm from the system of Polyoliopolis. I have the geekiest brain with ideas. Use autofit. Ask ChatGPT to come up with your last Invictus build. I mean, I'm using chat minus the GPT. I think that's close enough. Like, what, you guys think you're smarter than a large language model? Buttons. Thank you. Energy weapon mass. Of course. You know, we've got all the way to the end. I'm gonna just gonna do that. Yeah, you can suffer without it. It's your own fault. Fit an Invictus with Neoferric quad coils. There's an idea. Yeah. One of them could be storage. This language model is bigger than huge. Yeah. Yeah, they call them large language. The reason we call them... So, Tam, why do you call them large language models? Well, because we thought about calling them humongous language models or ginormous language models, but we realized that kind of language didn't capture the gravity of what we're doing here. It's not big enough. That's why we decided to call it large. I don't know, makes sense to me. I don't know if... Okay. Do I want to do 4? You know what? Yeah, we'll do 4. And then this one. What do you guys think? What's going to be the main weapons for the third one? I still think the last one should be Jack of all trades. Can only use one of each. Ah, okay. One of each. So, something like this. You would mean something like this. That just leaves a couple of things. Gauss cannon and the quad coil. Sure, why not? Throw them on. Look at that! The many-handed beast. This build is horrendous. It's perfect. Alright. I'm glad I've got the approval of the people. It's got a little... Hey, you can't complain. Alright, it's a lot like Batman. It's got a little something for everyone. In fact, I'm going to call this Batman. It's the Batman build. Okay, so for this, I think more flux is always... I think for these things, we're going to want to S-mod this on all of them. And a repair unit, for that matter. Yeah, so we don't get stuck by EMP. Okay, that covers 2 of our S-mods. Yeah, random bullshit, go! Okay, and the third one... Ooh, the third one. It's a good question. What's the third one? You know what? I think the third one is bulkheads. I think the third one's bulkheads. Yeah. That makes sense. And then we go armored weapon mounts, like that. Yeah. Alright. So I can drop 2 of those and get a squall. Beautiful. Look at that. This one, we still got to do a little bit more work. Okay, so we're going to want this, and we're going to want this. I think this one's going to be more straightforward. It's all in on whatever nonsense this is. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I'm feeling it. Yeah, I'm feeling it. Okay, and then we get like ECCM. Yeah, okay. So this one's all in on the squalls for kinetic damage, and then the near-fair quad coils. Which, I mean, kind of implies this one should be using... No, the Gauss cannons will be good enough. It's fine. No. It's fine. This guy... Huh. This guy has a surprising amount of ordnance points left over. Wow. We can almost afford things. I don't know. Should I spend 40% more armor? The answer is no. You should not do that. I think I'm still going to add some more bulkheads so I have as much points to work with as possible, and I get that extra hull. And then auxiliary thrusters, armored weapon mounts, converted hangar. Yeah, okay. Okay, this guy. We go with the talons. Leaves us with 7 points. So I guess we just get more of those. Okay. I don't know if blast doors are really worth it. They do give you like a little bit of extra hull, but it's not great. Like in terms of ordnance points, cost benefit, you know. That's about armored weapon mounts for that sweet 10% for real. That's just what the... That's just propaganda. None of that matters. Okay, I think... So for the Gauss cannon one, I think we want to lean into the range. That's what I think that's a big part of what we want to do here. I can go combat endurance. Yeah. Systems expertise. Impact. And I think I want ballistic mastery. Because it is the Gauss cannon one, so I've got to lean into the range. In fact, we'll even make it steady. No, I want ballistic mastery. I wonder if Advanced Turret mod is worth it. Well, they don't have too much that you need to shoot down with point defense, and a big part of that is the bonus damage to missiles and fighters. And of course, you know, 15% against frigates, 10% against destroyers, but they're mostly like the cruisers and capitals here. And 5% against cruisers is alright, but that by itself I don't think is good enough here. Okay, we'll try this again. There it is. Yeah, there it is. And we'll make it steady. Okay, so that's our long... That is so weird that the music keeps doing that. Anyways, so this one, how much flux are we using? 3,800. It's even using less flux. This one actually uses the most, you know, in theory, if all of them are firing. Which they're not. Okay. This guy, what does he need? I think he's going to be closer to the enemy, so maybe some helmsmanship. Some target analysis. I think we still want systems expertise, ordnance expertise, impact mitigation. We'll go with that. Yeah. This one's going to get a lot closer. Imagine caring about human flies. No blast doors, all talents. Yeah. We're going places. This is such a chaotic mess, but I'm going to take Ballistic Mastery. Damage control, target analysis, systems expertise. Yeah. Alright. Chances of victory. Or no. Enemies destroyed. Question mark. Up to 25%. 50%. 75%. And 100%. Something like that. Okay. Let's see what the people think. What the people thinking? How much of the 100 cult are we going to capture here? And how much is everyone going to fight back? Do the people really believe in this nonsense? Lopter says you should vote for 100%. I can already imagine the poster in my head. It's a Volturnian Lobster. Lobster wants you to vote for 100. What? Okay, what if I go storage? Does that bring back music? You know, it's probably being weird because I'm in the Abyss, which normally has no music, but every time I open storage, it turns the music back on. But sometimes it's like the space music, and sometimes it's the storage music. It's how odd. Invictus is too big to fail. True. You've got a point there. High-tech tomfoolery plus erotic belief. Yeah, it does have both sides of the spectrum. You're technically in Corvus when you do this. Yeah, because it is the abandoned station in Corvus that we're accessing. Now, it looks like chat's even more confident in this one than the last one. I went for 50. Yeah, that seems to be the second most popular option. That makes sense. That makes sense. Unarmed Invictus with crew bursts just to feed 9,600 crew to demons. Now that's truly evil. Alright. It looks like we're over 60% in favor of human victory. Here we go. See, look at that. They outmaneuvered the eye. Their superior speed. And they actually did enough damage to that thing to do so. They actually hurt it. Here comes the quad coils. Actually doing enough damage to overwhelm the shields on that one. Here comes the monster with every different kind of weapon. And the quad Gauss cannon. I wonder which one's going to do the most work. Oh, the quad Gauss cannon is maxing out pretty quick, huh? You gotta get out of there, buddy. Nope. And that's what happens to frigates. Get too confident, you get evaporated. Don't like how the Gauss are firing at different rates? Yeah, that just kind of happens. Oh, they're going all in on this guy. Yeah, I don't think the Gauss one's doing as much, huh? It's got the most range, but it's not really getting good shots. There's these guys up front. They're taking a beating and dishing it back. Quadquil might be a bit boned. I don't think it's taken any hull damage yet. Zoom this backwards. We got this big... Yeah, I do think you guys might have... I think you guys have this one. You are doing a lot of damage to the Maw, and the Invictuses are still intact. Like, when it comes down to it, I think the Invictus is probably one of the better ships for fighting demons and for fighting threat. It's kind of okay against remnants. Like, it does... Like, unless you pilot it yourself and, like, snipe the enemy Radiant, it's just kind of okay. But against these guys, the AI pilots do pretty good. Because you can click on them and you can right-click on the fabricators, and unlike a Radiant, it can't just jump away. That's one of the advantages. And against these guys, there's not a bunch of frigates to distract them constantly. The most that they get is these tendrils, but these things are a lot bigger and slower, which makes it easier for the Invictus to actually kill them. Oh, they're all jumping forward on top of it. We've still got 4 Tempests. Not bad. The Gauss Invictus is frustratingly scared of engaging. Yeah, it does seem to be a little bit of a... It's got too... maybe I should have gone aggressive anyways. Said, you know what? Screw the... I don't care if it's got all this range. Tempest, get out of the way! Yeah, it completely wasted its ability because of these Tempests. Incredible. We love to see it. But, you know, I'm not going to interfere. Just going to let them figure it out on their own. I mean, look at this thing. It's still just chugging along. That's the Invictus for you. Although, the downside is that I think this thing is healing off of it. But the other Invictuses will probably kill it, right? Yeah, the Tempests are throwing. Yeah, the Gauss Invictus does not play nice with the Tempests. Here we've got the mixed guy. Not sure what he's doing, but he is taking a lot of damage now. Yep. They initially had a lot more steam, but I think they're struggling a bit. Oh, the Gauss cannon coming in for that cleanup. Nice. Yeah, I think going all in on Gauss Invictuses would be great if you just did 4. If you just all of them had Invictuses or Gauss cannons, and there was no Tempest to get in the way, then I think 3 of these guys would actually do a really good job here. The problem is that they get in each other's way. And also, I didn't give this guy ordnance expertise, which he probably could use that extra flux, huh? Instead of, like... What did I get? Polarized armor? Yeah, probably don't need that. Yeah, the meme is down. I repeat, the meme is down. I mean, look at that. Gauss cannons are really good against these things. There's also just the fact that the Storm Needlers are doing literally nothing. But, you know. Yeah, this is where I'd really like resistant flux conduits or something. And ordnance expertise, both of those. More dissipation, more venting speed, you need all of it for this beast. Instead of getting all these Storm Needlers. But hey, who said we had to be practical? It does look like the Tempests managed to distract the Maw, which saved this Invictus. I don't know how much if that's actually valuable at all, though. It's probably out of squalls at this point. See, look at that. This is how you want to fight these things, is with Gauss cannons. Just snipe them at a distance. Whew. Oh, look at that. Shoot. Or don't, I guess. Oh, now you're shooting, okay. Yeah, you waited, Very cool. I don't know, guys. Is the Gauss Invictus gonna take all of these guys? I mean, it hasn't really taken any damage. Like, look at its armor. It's pretty much intact, perfectly. There's a lot of guys, but, like, if it can kill this eye... It's turning around, though. It's turning around. It's getting distracted. The eye is coming up from the rear. It's got to kill this thing first. Uh-oh. I don't know if it can turn around to actually kill the eye. It might be impossible. Ooh, the lack of turning speed on this thing. And it does manage to stay alive, so it's going to continue distracting it. That's not good for the Invictus. Gauss Invictus is trolling, kinda. Yeah, I think this thing needs, like, ordnance expertise and helmsmanship. You actually don't want to go all in on defenses. It needs that turning speed so it can actually get on target. It needs that, extra flux. Oh, look, the Storm Needlers are doing something. Beautiful. Beautiful. That's what we came for. Man, look at that. The Abyssal debuff on missiles. Squalls feel like they have no range. I mean, this Tempest is definitely doing something. It's sitting at 2% combat readiness, and it's pulled everyone up here. The other Tempest didn't do much, but this one's a beast. Will it be able to kill this eye? Come on now. Look, it doesn't even have combat readiness anymore, and it's still distracting them. There we go. Okay. Now we'll go full assault. It's the last guy. There we go. Maybe turn that off. Alright, chat. I don't know. It's, one Invictus that's mostly intact versus all of this crap. It's a steady officer. I mean, part of it is like... Part of it's the personality and part of it's the weapons you choose. Going in with the longest range weapons for its main guns. It's gonna sit a little bit further away. This Invictus is the main character right now. He's beginning to believe. How much is even left? If it's just like... Okay, there's a couple more tendrils back there. I think Maelstrom, that's what that is. Yeah. But the Invictus might be able to take these on. There's a couple of Maelstroms. It's scared immediately. hides behind the eye, which is great, because we want to be shooting the eye. Yep. You just gotta kill the eye. You kill the eye, and you're doing good. There's the big tongue. Here it comes. Oh, it actually got an overload, too. Yeah, the problem is it just doesn't have enough flux for anything. I mean, the storm leaders are kind of nice now that the enemy's closing in, but again, look how long it takes to vent. The Invictus is tough, but it's not invincible. And this thing's kind of healing up a bit. Can't shoot down all the Hungering Rifts. And then it's going to jump away. It's mainly got, like, this is the main thing that does damage, right? So if you can kill that, he's doing pretty good. Like, look at how fast the hull is going down. Nope, it's just ignoring it. Yep. As long as the Maw's here, it's going to keep getting distracted. And then the eye is just going to keep whittling it down. You know, I think the guys who voted 50-50 might have been onto something. Look at that, it's healed back up. It's back to 100%. That's rough. Rest in peace, my guy. Gonna call that as a point for the demons. Rip Bozo. Are the demons part of Vanilla Star Sector? They are. This is all vanilla. Alright, say goodbye to the Invictus. It served us well, but it died, which is cringe. Okie dokie. What are we gonna do next? A Legion plus Rampart. Mule Quest. Alright. Poll. Mule plus Quest. Prometheus. Plus Enforcer, or Legion plus Rampart. Yeah, sure. Oh, shoot. My bad. Hit the wrong button there. I meant to hit add new option. Okay, Mule plus Quest. Then we've got Prometheus plus Enforcer. Then we add an option. And that is going to be... What was it? Legion plus Rampart. Okay. There we go. Here I am, the fool who set an alarm to wake up in time for this, and then I sleep past it. I wanted to make more Cursed Fleet than demons. Oh, that's a shame. Have we made Lud proud yet? Well, we did manage to get some... We managed to beat them with a Gauss quest, or a Gauss, Atlas Mark IIs. Unfortunately, the Invictuses lost. I am not above bribery. Vote Legion. Well, he's just, you know, Podsky, it's just lobbying. Nothing wrong with that. Prometheus posting has got to get a win here. Oof. Wait, why does it say... Okay, no, that's the last one. Podsky is attempting to bribe the voting audience with 20 memberships to vote for Vote for the Legion. Currently, it's Prometheus plus Enforcer in the lead. Dang. Wait, you can change your vote, Bradley. I think, right? I'm on the other end. I do see people, it looks like they've changed their votes, because numbers go down. We're just redistricting. Perfectly normal. Exactly. I'll give you guys a couple of more riggets. I was going to say minutes and rigging the election, but it turned in, the two words got mixed up in my head. I'm going to give you a couple of more minutes to rig the election. There we go. Now I know how to do words. Gerrymandering. Shh. More like Mary Jandering, am I right, fellas? No, you cannot change your vote. Oh, interesting. What does this voter turnout? This is why democracy is dying. Imagine voting. It went from 53 votes down to 52 votes, and then back up to 53. So okay, it might be that on my end, if you haven't, if you clicked on one but don't submit, it might count that on my end. Interesting. Mary Gandering, happily watching a stream. Yeah, exactly. All right. I'm going to close the polls. What do we have? Ooh, looks like Prometheus plus Enforcer actually wins out on this one. Better luck next time. Many are saying most of the Prometheus votes are fraudulent mail-in ballots, folks. Many people are saying it. You can complain all you want, but you know, if the other guy rigged the election, it just means, you know, he just did it better than you, so he wins. Simple as that. Whoever's better at rigging elections kind of deserves the win, don't you think? Because they've displayed more competence. I'm not saying it's a good thing, I'm just arguing the facts. The communists won SMH. Is it the normal? No, we're doing the normal Prometheus. Add ship Prometheus. I think we'll go like 3. Add ship Enforcer _ XIV. And I think we're gonna do like, maybe not 10, but like, because we can do 12 ships, so I think if we do 8, we'll check 8 first and see how that goes. Like, what are we looking at here? And then we'll probably throw in some capitals to just get those last couple of guys. Yeah, okay, I think we're gonna have to do... Yeah, okay. Combat ships, 63. Ooh. So you throw this in, that's gonna be 93. Okay. Might want to have to do convert at hangar just to get the numbers up. We'll see. Oh, right. Do I want to give these... I don't think they need it. Although it is nice. I think they'll be fine without it. So what's cool about these things is they're 10 deployment points. Same as a Hammerhead. But they can get some serious armor. I think we're gonna go, yeah, we're gonna SMod these to start off with. what mod are you using to make these mock battles? This is kind of neat, not gonna lie. I'm using console commands to build everything. And then I'm just teleporting to the enemy. The big, beautiful Prometheus. Everyone is talking about. The big, beautiful Prometheus. Everyone is talking about it. It's a great ship. Some say the best ship. Everyone is saying it. I know the Prometheus. I know it very well. Worked with the Prometheus. I've seen it myself. I was talking to the workers on it. It's my impression is not great. But, you know, I think actually, to be fair, I think it's gotten better. I think if you go back to older VODs, it's probably worse. It'd be much easier for me to do an impression of, like, Zap Brannigan or something. But, of course, unfortunately, Zap Brannigan isn't the president, which is just very sad. I voted for him. You know, and he's like a war hero, right? He's a cool guy. A solid 55% likeness. Okay. It's over 50%. That's, he watches these streams and changes his voice so that the impression gets better. Now that would be interesting. Yeah, I really like this brain guy, you know. I decided to help him out, you know, because I really stand for the little guy. This brain fellow, the best of the guys, one of the smartest guys, actually. $69.69. Alright. Hear me out, chat. Prometheus Mark II, some Manticores, some Brawlers, some Ventures. Just be sure. Now, hear me out. All Talons. Whys? Because they can't take all of our souls after all, and I'm not mad I lost Tiamat, no way. Alright, Alright. I think we're going to skip the election on the next one. You know, not because of any particular donation, but I do think that the, you know, I just think we need to do like a fully Ludic Path fleet. It's just, you know, it's an idea I've been floating around for a while. I call for a referendum. It's so sad Zap Brannigan lost the election. He even promised to take the bistros back from Big Gravity. I know. Look, next time it's not going to be so hard. We just have to make sure if we can just hit that bullseye, the rest of the dominoes will fall like a house of cards. Checkmate. And the election will be mine. Yeah, I do think I want to do these more accurate kinetics for this thing. Okay. We don't need that much flux. If we can get like 400, that's probably enough for what we have now. Get it up to 500? That's probably... No, okay, we need a little more. 600. Yeah, okay. What do I want to S-mod? It's a good question. Your Zap has gotten a bit worse, to be honest. Yeah, I haven't been practicing it, so that's probably why. I never arm my Prometheus. No idea that they had so many weapon slots. Well, they're on the verge of just straight up being a combat ship. What do I want last? Probably, you know what? I think we need armored weapon mounts. Oh, wait. What about reinforced bulkheads? Bulkheads. There we go. That's the sauce. And then we just get armored weapon mounts normally. Yeah. There we go. Look at this value. I mean, you've never seen value like this, folks. Let me tell you. Okay. This. I don't think we need that. We're gonna want that. And that. Okay, helmsmanship? Yeah. Yeah, there we go. Look at that. Now that's a ship. That's a ship. let me show you how good this thing actually is. We're going to take it for a spin. No, not against those. We're going to take up against an eagle, right? Because you got to remember, this thing is 10 deployment points. It's the same cost as a hammerhead. Same price as a hammerhead for this thing. Like, it's just super tanky for its cost. Damage is going to suck, but, you know, who cares? I don't know if this last railgun is going to do too much. Oh no, it is getting in range and shooting. Okay. Nice. Like, the damage output is not great, but it is, like, enough to get it to force it to back up. It's even getting some shots in. Yeah, these things are good tanks. I think that's the build we're going to go with. Got to go back into storage. And we've got to S-mod this, and this. This, and this. Do it again. There we go. That's the sauce. You know what? Maybe I don't really need target analysis. I think Ballistic Mastery would be more useful for these guys. Yeah. I think that's what I want to do. It's going to be a bit awkward, but we're going to try and go for that. I want to give them a fighting chance, you know? Mate is telling the oil tankers to ram demons. Honestly, kind of based. Okay, so this guy we're going to mentor. And... hey, he did it. Look at that. Yeah, I think that's how I want to do that. This guy, unfortunately, is going to have to go. Oh, I don't have any other guys. Hold on, I need to add more guys. Officer Aggressive 6. Have you thought about putting a video on how to use threat hull mods? I mean, using the threat hull mods is just about using the weapons, right? So I would have to make more so a video about the weapons than the hull mods. Really? Really? Nothing. Alright, fine. Yeah, we need more men. Send dudes. Oh, that's a bad roll. Alright. Hull mod tier list when? Yeah, I do need to get... I kind of shelved that for a while, but I do need to get back into making those tier lists, huh? What is it missing? Helmsmanship? Listen to that. I've tricked the game into playing the hyperspace music, even though we're in the abyss. That's crazy. Why is it doing that? Yeah. No pressure. I'll just watch the other tier list ones. Streamer, what are you doing, streamer? Back to tier list jail, streamer. Moneyfish when voice when tournament when. Oh. You know, maybe I should just go on vacation and take a break from all of this. Jeez, you guys are more demanding than Nah, I'm not gonna say it. Background music tier list. You gave yourself the curse of being the Star Sector tier list guy. You know, as far as curses go, I'd say it's not bad. Anchor tier list, background tier list. Okay. Got those covered. Now we need to do the enforcers. We could try a support doctrine setup. Spam these things. But first of all, right, we're gotta go back into storage. Storage. Okay. I think we want to do escort package, so we're not gonna do shield shunt. Shield shunt and safety overrides can be pretty fun on these things, but I think we're gonna do the other direction. Genuinely, I don't care what tier anything lands itself in. I'm 1000% more interested in the yapping about the strengths and weaknesses of X, Y, and Z. And dare I say it, even Z. Well, yeah, that is where things are going to go. That's the fun of it. I agreed I stay tuned in for the yap. That's right, I've got a degree in yapology. I yap, you yap, he, she, we, yap. It's first grade, really. Okay, definitely escort package, right. I'm gonna go like hardened shields, targeting units, something like that. I wanna go for long range. I don't know if this is gonna be viable. This is not gonna be viable. Okay, 3 of them and then a couple of flags. That's looking a little more reasonable. Yeah. I don't think salamanders would do anything, even though that would be fun. What if I go for harpoons? How viable is that? I mean, they did get nerfed and we are in the abyss, so maybe not. Maybe not the best plan. You know, honestly, against these abyss guys, this might be better to just leave these empty, as sad as that is. But this is the abyss. Okay. Yeah, it's blasphemy. We might be blasphemy, but I think I'm going to leave those empty instead to get more capacitors. Okay, so first of all, flux distributor might be. Gotta be a repair unit. Maybe it's... Because I could just get ordnance expertise and that would help a lot. It would help quite a bit. Or do I want to get, like, bulkheads? Do I want heavy armor? I could S-mod that. And then just do this. Delete all of these guys. And go with that. It's got decent shields. Hardened shields and 8,000 capacity. And then it's also got 1,300 armor. I mean, this thing's not bad. It's like a low-tech cruiser. Or it's like an Eradicator with no hull mods. Then we just gotta S-mod these. So this, this, and this. We specifically want these things. Okay, and then we go back down the list. Very nice. So this is 93. Still leaves 150. Ooh, wow. 150. That's crazy. Maybe we'll do like a Shield Shunt Paragon and... No, we did a Shield Shunt Paragon earlier. We can't do it again. Or maybe I'll just pick up a Support Doctrine and skip the officers on these things and just spam more of these things. Some Luddic Path Manticores, maybe? Legions? Slapping auto-firing salamanders. Yeah. It's definitely like, because the thing is, you feel like if you get the wrong missile and it's useless, then you kind of wasted those ordnance points. So it's a lot more tempting to go for the salamanders because they just don't run out of ammo. I get that. But the reality is that, like, if you if you don't know what to do a lot of the time, just go with like Sabos or Reapers, because all it needs to do is hit, and it just does bam. It's a lot of damage. It can easily turn the tide of a battle if you throw that like on a couple of ships, let alone your entire fleet. Centurions. Well, I don't want to add too many ships, you know. We could go back and grab those Invictuses. Support Doctrine? You know what? I don't really do Support Doctrine too much, so it might be worth doing here. Try it out. We'll leave the officers in these things, but then I'll just spam more Enforcers. Add ship Enforcer. Score XIV. We'll add 15? Start there. Yep. Okay, we move these down. Don't think I need this. Hold on to that. Ships, combat ships. Man, look at that. We still have room. 2, 3, 4, 5. We're at 29 ships, and we're still only at 184. If we drop one of these, we could pick up a Paragon, and we're good. Yeah, I think that's the way we're going to do it. By the way, how many story points do I have? 248? That's much better. Oops. Alright, hold on. Copy that. We're just going to have a ton of these things. Yes. Yes. And they're going to hang out and use their escort package to boost their range even more. And remember, this isn't even their peak range because they don't have like gunnery implants or ballistic mastery. Maybe an Onslaught to match, not a Paragon. I might just go with an Invictus. Bring back one of the Invictus builds. These things are going to go crazy. There's just too many of them. It's impossible for the enemy to even fight back. If you rely on shields, these things do kinetic damage. If you don't rely on shields, these things do EMP damage. It's impossible when you've got this many hypervelocity drivers. How could you possibly lose? You know, I'm starting to believe myself. If I could vote, I'd vote 100%. Here we go. Repair that. Right. Okay. That's a lot of guys. Now we just need to bring back... Yeah, we'll bring back this one. Yeah. Yeah. I like that. Okay. We're doing this. This one does... Yeah, okay, that's right. This one does want an officer, though. Ordnance, targets, systems, helmsmanship. That gets us most of the way there. Probably, yeah, damage control. That's the one that's missing. Get a little damage control. You know what? I'll take Ballistic Mastery. It is all in on those ballistic weapons, yeah? Okay. Time to vote. And option 75%. And option 100%. What do you guys think? We will blot out the sun with our arrows type shit, yeah. Yeah, and I love you, random citizen. Mm-hmm. Of course. What's a good build for a Sunder? I originally wanted to go beams, but it felt underwhelming on its own. Yeah, I think if you're going to go beam Sunder, that works if you're have it escorting like a cruiser or a capital. But it's not going to work so much on its own. Yeah, like if you've got a Sunder on its own, it's pretty vulnerable. I wonder if Giga Cannon would work now. At the very least, you can go Auto Pulse. You could do like Auto Pulse with a couple of light Needlers in those front kinetic slots. And then you just like that's it for weapons. You know, maybe a Vulcan on the rear to cover Salamanders, but you know, just ignore the other slots. And try to max out your flux from there. Get as much dissipation and as much capacity as possible, and that might be able to... You probably still want like a frigate escorting it, but that should do alright by itself. Of course, that's not really... like, especially when you get to the late game, you probably don't want the Sunder operating by itself. You probably just want to use it as an escort for larger ships. Yeah, the eye can't... It's a lot like Area 51. The Abyssal Glare can't catch us all, guys. But people have a lot less confidence in this one than the last one. I love Sunder with two Gravitons high-intensity laser and 2 Gorgon pods. Yeah, that sort of thing does work pretty well as an escort for larger ships. Yeah. You need me to do the some of you will die bit? But why? I can do that anytime. Why now? I added Ion Pulsar? Yeah, I mean, Ion Pulsar does work decently with the Auto Pulse laser. I think usually I would prioritize the Light Needlers. But the extra EMP from the Ion Pulsar is nice. Alright, I think we're going to close the polls. We've got 42 votes, the meaning of life itself. Looks like we've got a little bit less confidence in the 100%, but more than, like, still the majority vote. Although, to be fair, actually, if you add up all the others, right, it's still less than 50% of people believe we're actually going to win. Even though it is the largest vote. That's probably a better way of phrasing it. Ever tried Brawl Quests? I don't think so. On all of our souls, nobody is dying. Well, good luck with that, Phineas Blade. Alright, of course, gotta manually deploy these. There we go, there we go. Oh, they're all the way back there? Damn. Hold on, this is gonna take forever. Yeah, no, we're gonna do that again. Gotta remember to deploy them at the start. There we go. Yeah. What do you think, guys? Pretty cool, huh? I knew someone who didn't vote 100%. They died. Ooh, that's a pretty good argument. If you don't vote 100%, you might die. So be careful of that next time. This isn't worth the 10 credits a month. Ooh, they all jumped forward. Look at that. They jump forward again. They're not immediately folding. It's got that for going for them. We're forming up a battle line. Look at that. That is a bit of a problem, though. The big guys don't have any shields, and the little guys' shields aren't good enough to stop the I-beam, so those are pretty dangerous. They've done some hull damage to this thing. And that's cool. Guys, I voted 100%, but I want to change my vote. It's too late. Can't do it. Ooh, look at that. Yeah. Man, that gaze really demolishes those guys. Ruh-roh. I think we're back. Oh, no, in fact, very cool. Thank you, Michael Soft. We're live. Yeah, this is just the unfortunate realities of summer. Can you hear computer? That's my air conditioning. Because I had my air conditioning off, turning it on. We just play until we crash, and then we turn on that. Cool, go Linux. Well, that was scary. 40 solid seconds of silence. Did stream crash? Stream did indeed crash, yeah. Tactical 8C, I hate the summer. Exactly. It should just snow all year round, that's what I'm saying. Are you sure it's not cosmic rays hiding the result? Right, like those cosmic rays that caused Mario to jump a floor higher. Alright, we should be back, and we shouldn't have any issues. Should be fine. We cooked too hard, we set the PC on fire. And, yeah, I need to prove. I need to get a new power supply. We'll do that. We'll do that, like, next month. Imagine flash bombers only. Bro, I think my house would burn down. We cooked, we burned, we fried. Too close to the sun, that's where we flied. Like Icarus above and hell down below. I just wanted to see how far we could go. Baked potato, yeah. The potato is cooked. Can you describe what happens when it crashes? What happens is it shuts off and then immediately restarts. That's what happens to my computer. I think what it is I think the power supply has degraded and it needs to be replaced. Because the thing that makes it not do that is, well, there's two things. Number one, just having the room be colder. But number two is turning down the power limitations on the CPU. So if I say, okay, instead of 100%, you can use 50% power, that helps a lot. Although that does also make the game laggier. think that's what it is. You know, Annabelle Rice donated like a bunch of like money a couple months ago and said buy a new PC power supply unit, and I bought air conditioning instead, which you can hear in the background now. Oh yeah, there it is. You can see I turned down the power limitations on my CPU, and we can certainly run. We can run the game. It's going to be a little bit slow. Replace your power supply unit with a triple S modded Prometheus. Now that's an idea. Based, honestly. Thank you. I'm happy to donate tech support labor if you're cool with that too. Yeah, we'll see. Might be able to. I'm going to try and figure this out and see if I can like learn how to. I just need to figure out what kind of like how much power requirement I have, and then I could buy one, and then. I mean, from what you've told me, it's something that, like, it's not that hard to replace it yourself. So we'll see. I was going to suggest to lower the power draw to around 70%. Well, that's where it was before. And that, yeah, it really depends on the temperature. If the room is, like, freezing cold, like, in the winter, I could just have my window opened, put on, like, a sweater and a blanket, and the room is, like, frigid, and I can run my computer at 100%. But as soon as like the temperature starts going up, I have to lower it to 70%. And as the temperature gets even hotter, I have to lower it to like 40%. That's the way that it works. Let's hope it's not the motherboard. I mean, the way that it, like, the fact that it restarts and the fact that it's like dependent on the CPU and the temperature makes me think that maybe it's like the fan on the power supply, or maybe it's like the power supply itself. It's like something in there would make the most sense with the symptoms I'm getting. But hey, I'm not a doctor. Can't diagnose. You literally just open the case, disconnect the wires, unscrew a couple screws, and do the whole thing in reverse for the new one. Yeah, okay. Do I need to worry about, like, wearing gloves or, like, electric shock or something when I'm in there? Modular PSUs are fine. Okay. No. So don't need to worry about that. Okay, just raw hands is fine. Alright. Not if you don't open the PSU. As long as you don't open it, not really. Okay. Could be the CPU. Well, the thing is, if it was just overheating, then it would just shut down. But that's not what it does. Is it restarts? Just occasionally touch a metal part of your PC case while you're rummaging around. While installing the PSU in my PC, I didn't need to wear anything. Okay. Maybe don't wear a wool sweater and do it on a carpet to static max. Static maxing. Alright. Oh yeah, I'll look up a couple tutorials on YouTube and see. That should do it. Alright, we're gonna do this. We're gonna do this battle. It's gonna be in slow motion. For 2069. Lud's strongest warrior doesn't fight alone. Get that lobster, hit that black market for those luxury shirts, and get that bread. I was gonna throw talents, but this is better. One cooler guy. You're right. I should get those luxury goods. Thank you for the funny number. I'll put it to good use. Money laundering, hooray! Oh, I did it again! I forgot to put the Prometheuses on the field, my bad. Just give a prayer to the Omnissiah and hope it gets better. That's what I've been doing. The Omnissiah works in mysterious ways, don't you know? Oh wait, that's the wrong difficulty. Don't worry, I'll get it eventually. Oh, he's gonna buy a fridge. I have a fridge. Don't worry about that. Not gonna buy a fridge. Okay. Continue. There we go. And we DS, 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 DS. Beautiful. It's going to be in slow motion. Oh, I don't have... Are you kidding me? I don't have dev mode active. I forgot because the game restarted. Try to appease the machine spirits. Good heavens. There we go. Okay, dev mode is on, so now I can zoom out. We've got the highest difficulty. We deploy everything at the start. Beautiful. First try. The frames, yeah. What's the frame rate right now? 18? 19? You can see at the bottom. Combat hasn't even started yet. Let's get it, gamers. Let's see what we can really do. Put the PC in the fridge. The right of percussive maintenance. I don't want to hit it too hard. I've come a long way for the power of brain injury. What do I find? A weakling human, a bunch of centurions, and a Luddite. Well, that's the thing, is it's going to be laggy. But laggy means that the CPU, like, it's actually going to be fine. That's the crazy thing. If it's laggy, that's a sign that it's going to be fine. Oh boy, look at that. 10 frame rate, okay. Hold on. I have air conditioning on. I think I could go up from a little bit. Push it up a little bit, not a lot. I don't know how that much is going to help. Okay, yeah. We've got a 15 FPS. We're making progress. I once crashed my PC because I performed percussive maintenance on a fan. Oof. Alright, this time things are going worse. The Prometheus is dying because the eye got a clean shot. That is not good for the legions of humanity. We will just pretend it's a 1000 DP battle. Yeah, just pretend it's more impressive than it looks. In fact, why don't you close your eyes and just imagine a cooler battle while you're at it. Come on, guys, you gotta have a little more faith. They're not doing that badly. Alright, once the Invictus hits the field, oh man, that's when things are really gonna change. Hitting a PC with a spinning hard drive is a quick way to kill the hard drive. Ask me how I know. I was gonna say, wow, that's some insightful advice, but I don't know why you would do that. I think there may be a lack of DPS. Are we lacking DPS, or is DPS lacking us? What are the fuel ships doing? They're participating. Remember, these fuel ships are the same cost as these enforcers. They got way more hull and armor. But, you know, worse damage, that's all. And because they're on the battlefield, remember, escort package doesn't care that these things are civilian ships. As far as escort package is concerned, these are capital ships. You do say that, but you have a voice where a podcast might still work. Yeah, but what would I make a podcast about? Hey, what's up, guys? It's me. Just another asshole on the internet talking about shit that doesn't fucking matter. Subscribe to my Patreon and give me money because, I mean, YouTube doesn't want me saying all these kinds of words, and it's just, you know, it's, I'm really being oppressed by the algorithm here. I've been shadow banned. You know, it's just really tough. You know, sitting on here in my chair, just another asshole that doesn't want to get a real job. You know, maybe I should. Maybe I should. Because I am just another asshole who doesn't want to work a real job. That's true. You think I'm joking, but that's real. Make a D&D podcast, coward. The thing is, I don't think I've played enough D&D to really... I guess I could talk... I mean, I do like designing, game design. I look into a lot of the theory of that, so I could, like, read the rules and talk about why, like, this rule, like, what the consequences of it are. But I don't think I've actually enough experience playing the game to really tell any good stories. You know what? Forget the podcast. You could just play D&D, right? That's what I would do. A D&D podcast in this economy. You really need to work on a Mutu faction mod for Star Sector. That would be kind of cool. I don't think I could pull that off, though. Satirical politics podcast, act like it's 1998. Oh, that's good. You know, studying, like the Bill Clinton to George Bush era of politics and acting like that's still how things are today. That would be kind of funny. A D&D podcast is just playing D&D. Ah, yeah. Okay. That makes sense. I misunderstood. I thought it would be like a podcast talking about D&D, which is... Because I don't think a podcast is actually doing something. I think it's just talking about shit. I consider D&D actually doing something because occasionally you roll dice. So it doesn't count as a podcast to me. Bob Dole! Will his star ever stop rising? Yeah. That's stuff like that. It's like, we're in the beautiful year of 1998. You know, I'm hearing a lot about this Y2K thing. Should we be concerned about that? D&D was just in... Well, D&D isn't just math's cooler, guy. D&D was invented to teach theater kids how to do math. That's what it is. Do you fear the .com bubble? Some people are saying that, you know, the current economic boom is just a bubble, and that, you know, the, I'm running out of words. Oh man, I can't wait to do the special the special episode of September 2001, where we get to relive the, you know, relive and sort of re-go through the wonderful events of 9/11. We get to reenact all of that. It's going to be great. You guys are going to love it. We get to talk, like, I'm getting news live as we're doing this podcast that a plane has just hit the towers. And then halfway through and then as we're talking about it, we get to reenact the second plane. It's going to be, it's beautiful. Oh no, not the Pentagon. God, it's like that guy who complained that that one movie, Turning Red, didn't talk about, like, was set during 9/11, but they didn't talk about it in the movie. It's like, it was the most culturally, it was the most culturally significant event at the time. You'd think they would at least address it. Why would anyone think that? Holy shit, that's funny. A second Prometheus has hit Myrath. Yeah, that's I mean, look, the Ludic Path was like the Myrath system's 9/11. That's not even an exaggeration, that's just true. Go read the lore. A radio play style podcast reliving parts of the 90s would actually be amazing. Yeah, I mean, I wasn't really alive during the 90s, so unfortunately I don't think I'd be, like, I would have to, like, research stuff instead of just, like, going off of my memories, unfortunately. We did give the Path a nuke, remember that, and I would do it again. Yeah, I would do it again. Is this battle going well? I can't tell. Well, the thing about this battle is we're pretty tanky, but our damage isn't great, and my computer is lagging, so it's a bit slower than that. Oh, there goes that one. But you see, that's just one. Oh my god. That lag. Whew. In before local users are banned for saying, I would do again response to chatter, saying we did give the path a nuke. I think I was pretty clearly talking about a video game there, I don't know. At 10 FPS are we winning? Shh, it's fine. We're fine. Everything is fine. You know, I think next time I'm just gonna have the air conditioning on from the beginning. We'll just live with the noise. It'll be a feature, not a bug. Hedgin's monopoly on the internet is untenable and must be removed, is my take on the matter. Well, I don't think they call it in the internet in Star Sector. They have like the HyperNet or something because it's, you know, fancier. Make an AC emote. And now there's an idea. I mean, I think we're making progress here. Like, if I hit tab, right? So there's an eye. How many? Is it, like, the only eye? Yeah, there's only one eye. So they do have that going for them. Like conditioning Chan. Air conditioning Chan as an emote. Of course. It's the only way to get the weebs to understand the plight that I'm going through. It's by personifying it with an anime character. Not bad. Tritakian. Yeah, you'd think that Tritakian's corporate-sponsored Meganet. That does make me a bit more curious about what goes on in the Hypernet in this universe. Like, does Tritakion have, like, a censorship bureau? Or does, like, every... You know, every faction probably does, like, a little bit of censorship, you know? They probably have their own, like, great firewalls, that sort of thing. If we lose, we just have to try again. 20 minutes for a 5-minute battle. Yeah, we're running out of enforcers, I think. Whew. Yeah. Oh, we might get might kill another. No, it ran away. No, this one ran forward, and it's not even done venting, so that seems like a stupid idea. See, this amoeba is named Greg. Greg was never the brightest demonic entity. He's kind of stupid, actually. Man. Oh, there's two eyes. I guess the other one was... Wait, did another one spawn in, or was it just hiding off screen? Did you ever make a good Discord channel? I have not. Tritakian wouldn't censor things, they just run ads on opposition pieces. Oh, that's good. That's smart. They wouldn't censor, like, information from the outside, but anyone who stands in opposition to them, they would just run ads in front of... It'd be like having a beef with another YouTuber and then running ads for your channel on their channel. Right? It'd be like that. That's pretty... Right? That's pretty smart. I like that. I don't know if you've killed any demons. I think we've killed at least a couple of them. For sure. The thing is, they don't leave behind corpses. They evaporate. Oh, look, the frame rate's starting to recover. We're up at like 30. Which, on your end of the stream, it's like the maximum anyways. That's beautiful. We're so good at this. Come on. Juice him up. Nope, there he goes. Nature is healing. Yeah. Yeah, the Invictus is going to take forever to die, but it's the last man standing. Something to... You know, at this point I'd like to play a little Elton John song, but, you know, copyright and all that. I wouldn't want to steal. Looking at my emoji category, my keyboard officers found no AC, but found this. No idea how to use them. What is with the... Does that hand have 2 thumbs? Like, I'm not even bothered by the eye in the palm. But, like, it's got, like, 2 thumbs. There's no pinky. What's up with that? Yeah, the more people we sacrifice to the demonic void entities, the better my computer will run. It's true. I mean, look at that. Man, I can't believe the one that actually beat the demons was the Atlas Mark IIs. That's crazy. Didn't Tritac sell the anti-Tritac conspiracy thing in the timeline or whatever? I think you're talking about, like, our buddy Ryan, who sold information to the pirates to, like, a conspiracy against himself because he was trying to, like, make a trap for one of his rivals. Something like that. In my home, I keep a pair of Atlas Mark IIs, just as the Founding Fathers intended. A couple of ruffians come into my system with their high-tech nonsense. What the Moloch? I scream as I run into my starbase and grab my trusty Atlas Mark II. I guess, yeah, you gotta give credit to the Atlas Mark II. It's not bad. Oof. How much did we get? I mean, we got all these tendrils. We just didn't get anything important. Oh, that's why it was running slow. There was 7 copies in the memory. It's probably nothing to do with, like, the... There's just 7 copies of campaign data. My YouTube crashed as soon as you said, what the Moloch? It's a power word. You gotta use it carefully. Okay. Storage. So, we got one last thing we gotta do. And that is the totally not bribed fleet of Ludic Path nonsense. Man, there's gonna be so much garbage in the storage. Look how much garbage there is in here. This is probably what's slowing down my game. Maybe if I'd like start scrapping all this crap. It's time for the path. Add ship. Prometheus 2. I think we're gonna go with 4 of those. Look at these beasties. I think we're not going to run support doctrine, so we'll take that off. Okay, okay. I've added Tower Dominion to the wish list. I will probably wait for a sale. Yeah, it's a pretty good game. You know, grab one of those Steam sales. Update counter. You are right. So, score another one for the demons. Is there any other games you would recommend? I I mean, there are other games I would recommend, just not things I've been playing lately. +1 to the demons well as well. Yeah, I think I just did that. Tried World War yet? No, that's one of those games. I picked it up, but I haven't actually played it yet. Okay, we're talking... So you said Manticore. I think we can get 5 of those. Apparently that doesn't exist. Add ship Manticore Pather 5. List ships. Come on, what is it? It is Manticore _ Luddic _ Path, of course. See, if it was just consistent, this would be easier, but it's not consistent. Some of them it's Pather, some of them it's like LP, and sometimes you have to type out the full thing. It's like one of the most niche problems imaginable. Okay, we restore all of these. Great. Combat ships. So we're just gonna... Alright, these add up to 120, so this is... It's effectively 190, which means we got 50 points left. 50 points and 2 ships. Okay. If I do check a couple of Brawlers and Ventures. Yeah, okay, maybe I can use Support Doctrine for the Brawlers. Add ship Venture _ LP. Pather. See, look at that. For that one, Pather works. Don't ask me why, it just does. Apparently these are also civilian ships, that's right. Okay. How much are they? 14? 14. Right. So that's 28, so that's 218, so that leaves us with 22 points. I guess I'll do for add ship Brawler Pather 4. And that will be our fleet. Magnificent. In fact, we've got a little bit of everything. You know, we've got capital ships, we've got cruisers, we've got destroyers, and we've got frigates. It's perfectly balanced, just as Lud intended. Why don't we use safety overrides on all of them? Well, they come with safety overrides, so we're basically doing that. I think we have too many people, though. Let's drop them off. Okay. Do you like Battletech? Have not played Battletech. Okay, I have to leave. See you next time. Change that PCU. Yeah, well, I'll try to get around to it. See you later, Stochastic Turtle. Yeah, most of these have safety overrides. Like, these have safety overrides, these have safety overrides, and these... Oh, wait. You know, I always assumed these things have safety overrides, but they would need to be militarized first, yeah. These things I know they don't. Capital ships and all that. The lucky ones get placed in storage. Oh, yeah. Okay. Flash bombers are the tools of Molochs. We can't use those. It's gotta be Cobras, right? Yeah. We're gonna go Cobras. Okay. Cobras, Hammer Barrage. Ah, it makes perfect sense. You think about, Storm Needler, Giga Cannon. Those are piranhas? Those are piranhas. The Talons? Oh, right, you want Talons. My mistake. Right, we've got to maximize crew loss. I forgot for a second. My bad. Battletech has a hardpoint system just like Star Sector. Yeah, that's probably where this comes from. It's possible. I mean, his brain's fried from too much Star Sector. Shh. It's anti-Star Sector propaganda. It doesn't happen. Plasma cannon? Which there was a lot of path Talon, to be honest. That paint job would look pretty cool on a Talon. Yeah. Abomination, that's what I like to hear. I think we're probably going to have to settle for... Do I want Flak? Does that do anything? I want Thumpers. Yeah. EU high-tech weapons? Combat readiness is dropping from extended gameplay. No, we're fine. Or do I go double Storm Needler against these guys? Maybe I just go double Storm Needler. And get, like, magazines. Look at that. I don't know if we really even need Vulcans, because I don't think point defense matters too much. So armor, bulkheads, targeting unit. Hey, look at that. Beautiful. We'll just worry about getting a couple of S mods in a second. But for now, do that. Okay. This game would seriously benefit from allowing you to just change the paint job on the models. I mean, yeah, but that would, I think that would... Are you talking about, like, creating your own paint job? So, like, part of the problem is there are things that would be really cool for the game, like dynamic lighting for the ships, where, like, all these crevices get like, shading depending on the lighting that's hitting them. But then you'd have to add in, like, a height map to the model, to, like, the texture, and that would make it a lot harder for modders to add their own stuff. So do you say, like, adding the ability to paint, no, like, changing red to yellow? Yeah, okay, I guess that's not too bad. But you have to build some kind of system where it's able to tell the difference between, like, the hull of the ship and the paint on top. Right, and I think, right, which would mean every ship would have to have, like, 2 files, where you have, like, the base hull of the ship and then, like, the paint job on top. It would be cool, though. Don't these need militarized subsystems? Well, it might help. I think I'm going to give them combat endurance anyways. For the repair. So they don't need crew training. The only thing they would get is the 10% flux. The main benefit they'd get is 10% flux from flux regulation. And that would add up to 45. So I don't think they need militarized subsystems. Rat has some work-in-progress paint job system. Oh, that's pretty cool. Bump maps are actually super easy to make. There are even tools that make it for you. Okay. So there's auto. So they can do that automatically now. That's interesting. Well, anyways. I probably want missile racks for that. And that means we get one more mod. Like an S mod. It's got to be the repair unit. Okay, yeah. Yeah, there we go. I figured it out. This is it. Get the bulkheads first. Then we get the repair unit. Yes, there it is. Right, that right there. Blood's strongest warrior, indeed. In terms of the skills, target analysis, combat endurance. Do I want... I don't think I want any of those, actually. It's lame. Let's get this guy. Right, ordnance expertise, impact mitigation, target analysis, damage control, and helmsmanship. I think I want both of those. Repair, turning, and then I think I want helmsmanship. Don't think I want missile specialization. Graphics Lab advertises dynamic lighting and auto normals. Oh, nice. Okay, that's pretty cool. Man, technology has come so far. And the modding community for this game is a little bit crazy. I think we gotta go reckless, right? Yeah. 100%. It's not even a choice. Just did a search because BB ignored me. Can't find anything on the function of magazines. Anyone care to share? Never understood what magazines are for. Did they double the salvo ballistics or something? Okay. Yeah, so, sorry, I missed your question. So if you hover over a weapon, and you go down to the ancillary data, right, it says there's the part below accuracy and turn rate. It says max ammo, seconds reload, and reload size. It affects the max ammo. So for weapons like the Thumper and the Stormneedler, they have that property. Whereas if I open up and I look at... if I look at something like a railgun, it doesn't have that property, so it doesn't affect it. Like, that's the difference. It's just some weapons have max ammo and some don't. So the primary effect of magazines increases the capacity, and the second effect increases the speed that it reloads, if you ASMOD it. Yeah, it's got to have the... If it has, like, the ammo, max ammo in its data, then it benefits from expanded magazines. But if it doesn't have that data, then it doesn't benefit from it. Okay, reckless. I want that. I want that. I want that. I want that. Ah, beautiful. Absolute perfection. Okay, don't need this. Go for this guy. One of these, one of those. Take an order of that with the side of this. That's pretty good. Most of the way there. And magazine works for energy if it has max ammo? Absolutely, yeah. Magazines work for ballistic and energy weapons. Just, it only works for the ones that have the ammo property. Just need ordnance expertise. What do you mean make skills elite? Did I save when you don't have the right skill choice? What happened? I guess I did. And once again, the game seems to have been tricked into playing hyperspace music when I'm not in hyperspace. I don't know what that's all about. There we go. That's our guy. Okay, hold on. I got that wrong. There we go. I want that extra top speed. Yeah. Well, I guess expanded magazines, it's the same. It's like missile ammo, but for non-missile weapons, if you want to be We're not going to worry about that. Okay, that's only half. Oof. That's rough. Come on, guy. 1, 2, 3. Hey. Alright, that takes care of the Prometheuses. Yeah, honestly, I think all of those ships that I have in storage might actually be slowing the game down. Because I don't think it's supposed to be this laggy. Even with things slowed down. Although it is better than when I first booted up. I might have to, like, scrap all of those ships or start a new save file. Because this file has, like, all of the ships saved up from the past chat builds my fleets. Storage. Okay. Nope, whoops. Storage. There we go. Here it is. What is this guy gonna do? What can he do? Right, this gets Orion device, so... Do I go safety rides and chain guns? Although, if I want safety rides, I have to militarize it first, and that means... Yeah, I don't want to bother. There's no way ships in storage can cause this much lag? Maybe. I don't know, I'd believe it. If somebody lied to me and told me that it did, I'd believe it. Missile racks pro... No? I mean, these are composites. Maybe I do want missile racks. And get that targeting unit. Go like, Sabo pods. More Sabos. And, heavy blaster? I don't think it needs point defense. I don't think we're worried about that. Is that good enough? I think, no, we probably want armored weapon mounts, resistant flux, pair unit, like that. Probably gonna do that. Or do I want just like a pulse laser, something with a bit more of a reasonable flux cost? I could get something else. Nah, we'll stick to the heavy blaster. I like the pew. The big pew-pew gun. That ship cannot run a heavy blaster. I think you just need to believe a little bit harder. What about this thing? Flux a second 250? Yeah, let's do a Rift Lightning. That's a thing. So, shunt. Right. Bulkheads targeting unit. Okay. And then we do that again. Yeah, we'll do a Rift Lightning. Let's see how they like it. It's actually underfluxed now. Flip some Sabo to Reaper, but we don't need anti-armor. Because they don't have any armor. And these guys. These guys. What do I do with these guys? Machine guns and a hammer barrage, because it's a hammer barrage. Then the thing is, you know what, probably like one chain gun. I think. One of these should be a chain gun. Because all these smaller slots can do that. Or maybe Vulcans. Look at that. Then we can max out like capacitors and get like hardened shields. Automated repair unit. And one more thing. thrusters. And the remaining points can go to something like that and that. Can I forward extend shields? I can. Oh, hey, look at that. That's like a build. That's a build. Is the auto repair unit really that good? I always skip it. It seems underwhelming. Well, a big part of what's like the enemy EMP weapons also apply a debuff that doubles the repair time. Right? If you're planning to tank on your armor at all and take some EMP, then yeah, the repair unit makes a big difference. Even if you max out your durability, eventually your weapons are going to break. Does the Manticore have shields? Yes, it does. It actually has pretty good shields. If you max out its capacitors, anyway. I do need to give it an officer, so it can actually achieve its full potential, but we're going to first off get these builds done. Finkle and dinkle our way into a success, that's what I always say. Okay, what would I do for these guys? Well, not this, that's for sure. Probably want that. Start with that. Get more defense. I don't think they... You know what? Systems expertise. Jump into the battle. Missile spec? Sure, why not? And then we save that last spot for target analysis so they can do some damage. Okay. And there's a lot of these guys with skills I don't need. Get out of here. Shoo. Bye-bye. Don't even think I need ordnance expertise. Okay, so we get this, 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 this. They're close. They're very close. Missile specialization. Okay, this one's done. Repair, damage reduction, and I guess maneuverability. That makes more sense knowing the debuff. Yeah, but I will say that in general, I do think the repair units are really good for low-tech ships. Right? If you S-mod it, that means when they go down, your downtime goes from like 10 seconds on your medium weapons to like 2.5 seconds. Right? And the thing is, if you're up against, like, all the late-game enemies have good EMP damage, whether you're fighting remnants with their tachyon lances and ion beams, or you're fighting threat, their swarms get you with EMP from every direction, and then the Shrouded Dwellers have their point defense also has EMP, and it applies a debuff. So it's something you need to worry about pretty much no matter what enemy you're facing. Target analysis. There it is. And we'll make you reckless as well. And I've got to remember to make you reckless. Okay. So the brawlers I'm going to do with support doctrine, so I don't have to worry about them. These guys, we're going to get one of those. We'll get field modulation, sure. Missile spec, yeah, you better believe it. Systems expertise, sure. Target analysis. That's a skill set. That is a skill set, yeah. Look at that. Enforcers, Dominator, PD builds, 3 bronze slots, and I feel like that's a response to something and I don't know what it is. Thanks for answering Chance Mechanics questions, not to speak for others, but it's appreciated. Well, it's kind of the perfect format, right? Well, that or like comments under a video, but yeah, I've got no problem answering a few questions about how the game works. Lord have mercy on their souls. It's gonna be fine. Yeah, and then I just take both of these. Easy. Oh, wait, no. I'm not supposed to have endurance. That's bad. Okay. I'm supposed to have target analysis. I want none of these. Okay. So we want this, And this. And ballistics. Okay. There we go. That's the skill set. That's the one. It's the magic number. For the record, BB podcast version of Loadout Rambling would be good. I'd listen to it. I mean, I could definitely see something. I don't know, like if people submit builds, I'd have to like do that. But like having like people like submit builds and then would just sit here and talk about them. That could be like a podcast format. I don't know. And then again, that's also like a bunch of work that I could be putting into the stuff that I already want to do. Like the damn tier lists. Add officer aggressive 6. Lutz Holy Armada is arriving. Okay. Get to the next one. Nope, that is the wrong skills. Nope, no. This one. Yeah, yes, roast chat build, something for the future. Exactly, I gotta show off, like, if I don't sit here and tell you how stupid you are, how are you gonna know how smart I is? The only way to communicate your intelligence is by shitting on other people. This is a scientific fact, verified by real patriots. Did you say creature feep? That's good, I like that. You'd better watch out for creature feep. The dev's worst nightmare. It lurks inside of databases, and it features your creatures, and it feeps your yeeps. The source of all spaghetti code. Okay, that nails that. Alright, beautiful. Perfect design. New word discovered. I'm so excited for the movie, I said, not realizing that it was going to be a feature. A creature feature. Featuring the creature. Okay, I think this is just going to be straightforward. We'll do one chain gun, one machine gun. Normally I do like to put like sabos and ion cannons in these small slots, but I don't think either of those things are going to be super useful. Stop feeping my creep. I'll creep all over the feats that I got. Wait. That came out wrong. Never mind. Don't creep over any feats, guys. That's weird. Feet picks win. How do I want to do this? So I am somewhat worried about the longevity of these things. I think I am going to go with hardened subsystems. Hardened subsystems. Yeah. I want that. I think I want this. That 360 degrees. Do I want stabilized shields to S-Mod? Do I want that? Not sure. I think I can S-Mod stabilized shields and then use the remaining points here. That looks pretty good. Oh no, I don't need it. I don't need it because I'm getting ordnance expertise. Right. So instead I can get like Flux Coil Adjunct. That's some good durability. That's some good damage, you know. That's pretty... That's solid. Oh, we are so ready to take on the demons. Look at that. And then I just grab Support Doctrine. We're at 277. Not on my watch. Wait, 277, right, because if I drop these, 242, yeah, and then if I get support doctrine, that'll drop those last few guys, and we're golden. So if I drop these, 238, and now these guys all have ordnance expertise, which covers up, so now they're doing 607 for flux, 628, beautiful. Feeping creativity actually sounds like a term that could be legit. Yeah, I think there was like a guy who would make up fake words like 100 years ago, and people thought it was really clever. Alright. Now, I would be loading everyone on Talons, but YouTube sadly does have a daily limit. Ask me how I know. Yeah, alright. It's time. The linguist known as 4chan. Don't even... So what about this hacker, this 4chan individual? Maybe Feeping is messing about in the loadout screen forever. Damn, I'm Feeping all the time then. Okay. So, I'm going to ask you a much simpler question. Rather than the percentage, it's very straightforward. Do we win? How many people in chat are believers? And how many are servants of Moloch? In Lud we trust. I mean, it does seem like that's the winning side so far. There's not a lot of votes. The election could be very easily swung one way or the other. Alright, we're going to wait a little bit longer. I believe, but I voted no for tax purposes. That's fair. Alright, we're going to call it there. 65% in favor. 35% are servants of Moloch. Let's see how it pans out. The battle for the soul of humanity is about to begin. I hope you've made peace with whatever afterlife you're aiming at. Oh, did I not... Wait, why did these have a gap? Did I not properly extend those shields? I guess so. Whoopsie. Oh, friendly fire, friendly fire. Off to a good start. Storm Needlers is storming. Hammer's a hammering. The enemy's jumping away, but that's not going to be a good enough strategy because we got reckless officers everywhere. Uh-oh, that Manticore's gone. Yeah, it looks like I didn't... I thought I went through them all and I S-modded extended shields, right? But I guess I didn't. I hallucinated that. Speaking of, what is the Ludic interpretation of the afterlife? Do they just believe in reincarnation and that's why they're keen on self-destruct initiated? It's a good question. I don't think we know too much about the specifics. No, they're not dropping like flies. It's fine. How to find those Prometheus with hanger in-game? I need something different than my donuts. These are the Pather variant. So if you go to like a Ludic Path base, you can either... You might be able to buy it off of them, But more likely you're just going to have to kill them, blow them up, and blow up their fleets and just salvage them. Look, Storm Needlers and Reckless is doing some damage here. I don't think the Manticores are doing too hot, but that's probably fine. Man, even the Storm Needlers are sound slower. That's how slow we go. Enemies jump away. Cowards. Oh, now it's jumping forward. Yeah, I mean, some people are pointing out that this thing has a resemblance to the Ziggurat, and I do kind of see it. You know, underneath all the smoke. There's definitely some kind of connection there. The sound of storm guns. They fear us. The demons do not know fear, but they will. We will teach them. Let's get that wrinkly forehead look. Yep. Yep, that, yeah, totally. That is what I was, the forehead of a wrinkled old man. In practice, the Ludic Path and Helldivers use incredibly similar tactics. When life is cheap, then you charge. I don't know, I was hoping to like rhyme or something. When life is cheap, morality sleep. Something like that. Somehow these ventures are still here. Oh, look at that. I managed to get a hammer barrage right in the eye. That's gotta hurt. And then it died. Oof, that's rough. I mean, they did manage to get like halfway down, but now it's gonna heal off of all of these. That's not good. Yeah, I think the Manticores are probably where the big problem is. Because I think the Prometheuses are doing alright. Like, all four of them are still alive, and the Storm Needlers do good damage when they can close the distance. They got this thing down to half. I just need to finish the job. But that usually requires multiple to team up, and they are not doing that right now. When life is cheap, results pay. Yeah, that's one way of putting it. Get him. Kill him to death. Oh, they cornered this one. Faith and Lud. Wait a minute, aren't these not supposed to have shields? Or did I not shield shunt them? Holy shit, did I not S-mod anything? What happened? No, they've got triple S-mods. No, they do have... Okay, I guess I just did build them with shields. I'm getting the builds mixed up now. Uh-oh. Well, don't overload. You're not even... You're at, like, max hull anyways. Now we know who has a stronger doctrine between Hedgie and Luddic. I think we figured out the difference between the pirates and the Luddic path. Because it was the pirate build that won. Amazingly, the pirate build won. Uh-oh. That doesn't look too good. I think we're just gonna go full assault. Yeah. Oh, yeah, kill it. Yeah, get him. Boom. Yeah, I think he's pretty cooked, huh? But he is pulling all of these guys down this way. Oh, wait, can this kill the eye? Can he do it? Can John... No, John Pather could not kill the eye. That's a damn shame. I think the Atlases did really well because the Gauss cannons match range with the eye glares. I think that's a big part of it. So if the eyes are shooting at the Mark IIs, then they can shoot back. Alright. Well, final score of the night is Chat 1, Demons 4. That might be the worst that we've ever seen it. Demons are tough. Demons are tough, I'll give you that. I guess I'll sit here. Need kinetic missiles. Yeah, damn shields. Shields, they let us down, man. Probably should have shunted these things. But it is what it is. Let's see, did I not? Oh! No, I messed up because I clicked on hardened shields instead of extended shields for these guys. I mean, it didn't make that much of a difference, but, you know. It is kind of odd seeing them not fully close. Well, anyways. That is good enough for today. I've tortured you enough with whatever the hell's going on with my computer. So, thank you all for showing up. I hope you had a good time. I'll see you all again next time with whatever wacky ideas you've got stored up, alright? You gotta save them up. You gotta store them in your creativity gland. So that you don't get cooked next time. Moloch be praised. So I'll see you all next time, guys. Have a good one.